Hey Cotton, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm here with my little dog Milo. He might make an appearance later on, but he's pretty sleepy. He's pretty sleepy. Oh, you're a good boy, buddy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. How y'all doing out there? Just had a big day with a friend. Did all my dishes, cleaned my kitchen, cleaned my apartment, stepped on a piece of glass. Isn't that fun? Right? Just a little tiny, itsy bitsy little piece of glass. Right? Isn't that fun? Molly Ventus. Hi, a friend recommended your streams to me. Molly, God bless you for being here. I'm so happy. I hope you're here to contribute. I hope you're here to have fun. I hope you're here to cry. I hope you're here to express your deepest concerns and find solidarity with others who are doing the same, Molly. God bless you. Mwah. The stream will grow in power. I will be unstoppable. Probably when I turn 60. When I turn 60, I think that what's the next generation? We got Gen Z. Are we just gonna call them the apocalypse kids? Is that what we're gonna call them? Hey Chris, how you doing, bud? Good to see you. What are we gonna call these next kids? Whoever those kids are, right? The apocalypse kids, like Gen Apocalypse. I don't know. Those kids are gonna love me. I'm gonna be like Grandpa John. 2 years? How dare you, grinning? How dare you, sir? I'm not 60 in 2 years, sir. Grinning. Always the joker. Always the joker. Thank you, sir. Just a reminder that your life will not improve even slightly no matter who wins the midterms in the US tomorrow. I do have the tracker, right? I have the tracker. I don't know that we're going to get too far into that because election results don't really come in until 10 or 11, right? But, well, there'll be projections, right? Results expected around 7 p.m. So there'll be some that are declared. But honestly, there's not going to be any winners. Just a bunch of losers. And the losers is us. USA, USA, USA. So we won't be worrying too much about that. What we will be worrying about. Oh, first of all, I want to show this. This is basically everything you need to know when it comes to what's going on in the world. Why is America freaking out? Why is America freaking out? Everything's getting freaky deaky. Oh my God! It's because these are the trade relationships between the United States and China. In 2000, as you can see, huge sections of the world, right? Most of the world population trading primarily with the United States. It's only, small, poor African nations, some of the Middle Eastern countries, right? Like, of course, like Kazakhstan, right? All that kind of stuff that are trading primarily with China. And in the space of 20 years, look at the flip. All of Africa, literally the only reason we don't have information from Ethiopia is because the Americans blow it up. Australia, all of Southeast Asia, India, most of South America, right? Russia, of course, and critically, most of Europe. You're really only seeing France, Portugal, UK, Italy, Austria, right? But like France, for example. I shouldn't say most of Europe. Or, sorry, Spain. Oh my God. European knowledge, you're falling apart, I'm falling apart. But you can see pretty clearly, like, America's having a meltdown because it's completely failing to maintain any kind of strategic alliances. It's got nothing to offer the world anymore. The world knows it. It's gravitated towards the country that actually has something to offer, something worthwhile, right? Remember when Bill Maher said China bought Africa? I don't try to remember anything Bill Maher says. I don't think Bill Maher said anything important in the last 20 years, right? New rule. Bill Maher is unimportant. Like, If I want to see a clown, I'll just watch Charlie Chaplin. Somebody who's actually a professional. Molly, I'm not big on voting, although I always do. Yeah, we got to start overthrowing these fools. You're in the right place, Molly. You're in the right place for that. My big complaint about online leftists is that they are trying to build businesses. They're not trying to build movements. And while it would be great if I could get some likes and some shares and some subscribes and maybe a little bit of money, at the end of the day, I'm trying to get people into the streets, trying to surround the halls of power. That's what we're doing here. So that's what is so disappointing about Kupi's decision to no longer... how the threat of a general strike forced Doug Ford to blink. For those of you who have been paying attention to what's been going on here in Ontario, Kupi, which is an Ontario Education Workers, so the secretaries, the janitors, education workers, not the teachers themselves, went on strike for higher wages because their wages haven't gone up in 20 years like the rest of us. And so they've ostensibly, because of the way inflation works, they've ostensibly been experiencing pay cuts. So they went on strike. Doug Ford evoked the notwithstanding clause, attempts to break their strike and enforce a contract on them, to which their response is to end the strike as long as Doug Ford repeals the notwithstanding legislation and then go back to square one, which the unionists are claiming is a success. To which I look at and go, what are you talking about? Like, looks like a pretty clear win, pretty clear W for the Ford administration. That Doug Ford absolutely, if I'm Doug Ford, I'm always going to use the notwithstanding clause, and I'm always going to try to enforce contracts on people, right? If the worst thing that they're going to do is end their strike in response and then come back to the negotiating table with, and as is completely predictable, in my view, we've got new government source tells me new offer presented for Kupi for education support staff is 3.5% increases per year for the lowest workers, which is up from 2.5%. So an increase of 1%. Remember when I said they were going to get 5%? Right? Which is still pathetic. Like, it's a pathetic increase that it still loses the money. Right? Well, here's the Ford administration offering 3.5%, right? And closer to 2% for higher paid workers, right? Up from 1.5% per year, right? Source says the government's trying to tone temperature down, right? So for the Ford administration, this is a big gift, right? Increasing it from 2.5% to 3.5%. Well, inflation is at 10%. Right? Inflation's at 10%. So this is a 6% pay cut. Right? That's essentially where Kupi is at. That Kupi called a strike. The Ford administration did a fascism. Kupi immediately backed down and patted themselves on the back for backing down. So the Ford administration blinked, which is how it's being reported on by people, that they quote-unquote blinked, right? When labor literally gave everything away. And then they're going to go back to the negotiating table. And this is what Ford is doing. He's lowballing. And then Kupi's going to come down from the reasonable position that they have, which, of course, the media is doing a great job of presenting it as if it's outrageous. They're asking for 11%. They're asking for a 13% increase. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. Well, when you consider that for the last 20 years, they've gotten basically nothing, right? And I think literally for the last 5 years, it's been a wage freeze, right? It's been a wage freeze. So, like, what are you talking about? Like, in my view, a 13% increase, that everybody should be like, yeah, absolutely. That to me is completely reasonable. Absolutely reasonable. Yeah, Ford blinked to hide his surprise that Kupi rolled over for such a sucky offer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, right? And so, but what's going to happen is that Kupi's going to come down to like 8%. Ford's going to go up to 4%, right? They'll come down to 7%. He'll go up to 5%. And then there'll be some finagling, and maybe it'll be 5.5%. I think it'll be 5%, right? Like, that's what we're going to see. And so Kupi's going to walk away with a 5% increase, which is overall a 6% pay cut because of inflation, because of how it works. Right? Like, good for you guys. You did it. You made a big ruckus and nothing fucking happened at all. So I think the media is doing a great job of pretending as though if that unions rolling over and showing their belly to fascists is a success, right? Like that's what they're training the people to believe. That once administrations use fascism and use fascist tools and fascist rhetoric, right? That what you should do if you want to be seen as normal and rational and cooperative and negotiating in good faith. I hear this a lot. You're not negotiating in good faith unless you roll over and show your belly to the fascists. Like that's what we're being taught. That's what we're being trained. That's what I'm seeing, right? Come on, John. Don't play dumb with me, bud. Yeah, he thought it was going to be a joke offer. It's just sickening. Yeah, I mean, the Ford administration, like, they're fascists, guys. Like, and what's so funny is that, like, I keep talking to union types, and they're like, but the goal is to negotiate in good faith. Ford administration's never going to negotiate in good faith. They're never going to do that. They are fascists. They're not actually going to do that, right? Like, the goal is to make sure that we get good negotiations with Hitler. That's the goal, to make sure that Hitler will come to the table and negotiate in good faith. Like, it's just not going to happen, guys. Like, it's just not going to happen. You're going to end up with nothing, right? And you're going to pat yourselves on the back being like, yeah, we did it. We got nothing. Like, these guys should still be on strike. That when Doug Ford stands up and says, I'll repeal the legislation if you end the strike, your response should be, repeal the legislation, the strike continues. We're striking for wages. We're not striking to end your fascist regime. Like, that's not what we're here for. Like, you doing fascism is a non-negotiable, right? Very, very simple. And honestly, like, looks to me like Ford got a major W here. Like, look how easy it was for him to end the threat of a general strike. Look how easy it was for him. Like I pay attention to domestic Canadian politics. I'm America. I've got my own BS to deal with. Oh, yeah. Sorry, dude. Yes, the Canadian Union of Public Employees. It's specifically, it's the education workers. So not the teachers, but everybody else. The support staff, right? So janitors, secretaries, administrators. I'm sure there's more, right? So, and I mean, I'm of the opinion, like, they should call the general strike anyway. Like, for real, they should call the general strike anyway. The fact that Ford was willing to use the notwithstanding clause in order to force a contract onto people, you should have a general strike anyway. Just out of spite, right? But, you know, you voted today, you got, it was fun, I got a free coffee and a cookie, plus a sticker. Sounds like John just had one of the best days ever. A free cookie and a sticker, dude? Yeah, that's worth it. That's worth it. Everybody go vote. Free cookies and stickers for all. A union representing tens of thousands of education workers in Ontario called off planned strike actions on Monday in exchange for the Doug Ford government promising to rescind legislation that imposed a contract and made going on strike illegal. Can you imagine? Like, they literally think that this is a trade. The unions are literally sitting there being like, he imposed a contract and made going on strike illegal. And in exchange for repealing the legislation that made going on strike illegal, all they had to do was stop striking. So, massive success for Doug Ford. Massive success for Doug Ford. When Coopy announced on Sunday at a press conference on Monday, media outlets like City News confirmed that there were plans to announce a general strike in response to the Ford government's draconian legislation, which they should still do. They should absolutely still do it. Ford responded by scheduling his own press conference to take an hour earlier. During the conference, he asked if he wished he had done anything differently in regards to Bill 28, the legislation that imposed a new contract with insulting 1.5 and 2.5% pay increases for workers, replying, absolutely not. So, absolutely not. Of course not. It worked. It was a complete success for him. He then refused to say whether he would again use the notwithstanding clause, which of course he will. It worked. It was completely successful. He should absolutely do it. Which made going on strike illegal in future labor disputes. Yeah, obviously he will. Like, I don't know why any of this isn't obvious. Like, to me, it's just like if I walked up to a guy, like if there was a guy who had a dollar. Right, let's make it really easy. There's a guy standing there, he has a dollar. And I grab the guy by the collar, and I say, I'm going to punch you in the face unless you give me that dollar. And then he says, well, I'm going to scream as loudly as I can in response. And then I say, you know what? I'll let go of your collar and let you go in exchange for that dollar. And he goes, okay. And I take the dollar. And then he goes, ah ha ha, I didn't get punched in the face. Who's the winner? Who won? I have his dollar. Sure, he didn't get punched in the face, but it was the threat. And so now, what have I learned? What have I learned? Right? I've learned that anytime I see anybody with a dollar, I can walk up to them and just grab them and threaten to punch them in the face. And then in exchange for not being punched in the face and being let go, they'll give me the dollar. Why am I not? I'm always going to do this. I'm always going to do this. I'm calling it right now, guys. I'm calling it right now. The next, Ford is going to use the notwithstanding clause again. Right? It's going to happen. And when he does it, I'm going to be sitting here being like, what'd I fucking tell you guys? Like, what'd I fucking tell you? That the union should still be on strike. The union should still call a general strike, right? They should be saying we're going on a general strike because our wages are bullshit. And the strike was never about overturning the fascism. It was never about that. That Doug Ford's response to our legitimate strike and our legitimate grievance is itself outrageous and only fuels our strike further. But we're not going to end our strike because he didn't do a fascism. Like, boy howdy, man. Pretty clear why we're in the position we're in, right? Pretty clear. Union leadership's this fucking dundered, this corrupt, and this thick. Yeah, no shit, eh? It was not immediately clear that the Ford government's potential withdrawal from using Section 33 would be extended to rescinding Bill 28 in its entirety during the conference. But this was confirmed later by Global News reporter Colin DeMello. He also confirmed that Ford had no plans to recall the legislature to process the repeal this week. So he hasn't even repealed it. Like, he hasn't even repealed it. Like, it's just the promise of repealing it, which he didn't announce. It's some reporter that confirmed it. So Scoopy's press conference was subsequently delayed as the union leaders were reportedly in talks with Ford about the specifics of the deal. Like, literally, union leadership probably got a kickback. That's probably what we're looking at here. Could be representatives who were accompanied by private and public sector union leaders from across the country then announced that they had agreed to end the current walkout. The deal does not guarantee that there will not be future strikes. President of Coopy, Ontario's School Board Council of Unions, Laura Walton, said Monday the union is still willing to strike if negotiations fall apart. Wow. Like, obviously negotiations are going to fall apart. How do I know? How do I know? How do I know? Because this is the offer. After all this, after Doug Ford does a fascism, after all of this, Doug Ford's give is a 1% increase from his previously unacceptable position of 2.5% up to an also completely unacceptable 3.5%. Like, wah, 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 wah. Sounds like a situation for the labor theory of value. What's the value of not getting punched? Can you produce value without the work of punching people? We've got a punching-based economy here. right? If wait a minute, you're telling me that you want to build an economy not based on punching people? Well, then why will anybody do any work? Nobody will do any work without the looming threat of being punched, right? If you're telling me that if a guy isn't going to get punched, then he's going to do any work, you're crazy. The economy will collapse. Absolutely nuts. Punching theory of value, exactly. Exactly, which is what makes One Punch Man so successful, right? Look how much work he can get done with a single punch. I almost want to see Dems win to see the GOP as crazy as they pretend. Dude, the GOP is not pretending. That's the best part. Like, they're not pretending. They are that crazy. They are that fucking crazy. Like, I've got so many, like, oh yeah. What do I want to do? What's really causing inflation? Right? Inflation matters so much in this conversation, right? Because Doug Ford's offer here, I'm going to put this over here. You go over here. Doug Ford's offer here is 3.5%. Well, that wouldn't be so goddamn terrible, so godlessly horrible if inflation was actually at its target, right? Reminding everybody that the target is to raise prices by 2% on everybody year over year on behalf of the capitalist death cult, right? So raising your wages by 2% annually is the goal. And so if that was the case, then 3.5% would at least be above that. Then that would at least be a 1.5% actual raise. But it's not the case. And why isn't that the case? Because of inflation. And so what's inflation? What is really causing inflation? Neoliberal financialization decimated productive capacity. Both inflation hawks and doves miss the elephant in the room on purpose. Neoliberal policies of financialization raised the value of housing and commodities, while allowing the rich to maintain their spending at inflated prices. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell delivered a speech to an audience of central bankers from around the world this August. The economic symposium, called the Jackson Hole Conference, was a highly anticipated event you've never heard of, right? Hasn't been reported on. He arrived there a chastened man, having previously claimed that U.S. inflation was a transitory phenomenon, while implementing the lax monetary policies that many blamed for its recent surge. Could he now pull off a soft landing, bringing inflation down from its 40-year high of 9.1 to the desired 2% without causing a recession? Central banks have various tools at their disposal for managing inflation: higher rates, quantitative tightening, i.e. selling assets to reduce liquidity in the system, and managing expectations about future monetary policy through forward guidance. Powell began raising the policy rate in March, taking it from the pandemic-era low of 0.25% to 3.25% by the time he arrived at Jackson Hole in late August, through a series of incremental rises. Yet these increases still left the headline well below inflation, making real estates negative. Meanwhile, the debate over monetary policy heated up. Inflation hawk Larry Summers accused Powell of underestimating the problem and going too little too late. Another hawk, Henry Kaufman, advised him to shock the markets, to hit them in the face, as Paul Volcker had done in the 80s, by hiking interest rates to 20%. By inducing a deep and prolonged recession, Volcker's move had elicited a backlash from progressive economists, with Robert Solow likening it to burning down the house to roast the pig. Today, the prospect of a similar hike has prompted renewed criticism of the monetarist perspective, which views inflation as the result of an increase in the money supply relative to output. For inflation doves, such as former Clinton Labor Secretary Robert Reich, the current period of inflation was not caused by the financial and monetary stimuli of the pandemic, unprecedented though they were, nor is the result of a wage price spiral, since the uptick in union activity remains relatively modest in historical terms. Doves claim that inflation is rather the outcome of factors beyond the Federal Reserve's ken. Fuel and food prices sparked by the war in Ukraine, plus ongoing price gouging by large corporations. Hence, It cannot be solved by raising interest rates. It requires solutions, such as those set out in Jamal Bowman's Emergency Price Stabilization Act, monitoring and regulating consumer prices, alongside measures to safeguard the supply of essential goods and services. The hawks are certainly wrong to see inflation as a purely monetary issue. Indeed, very little of the pandemic-related stimulus, financial or monetary, made it into the pockets of ordinary people. When it did, it largely went towards debt repayments and had a limited impact on demand. Yet, the doves are also wrong to identify war-induced food and fuel prices as a major contributor. In the U.S., the August 2022 inflation rate of 8.3% may have been boosted by these factors, but the core inflation figure of 6.3%, far higher than the European average, reflected a structural malady. The real culprit here is the diminution of the U.S. productive capacity, caused by 4 decades of neoliberal policies. Disinvestment, deregulation, outsourcing, which have rendered the economy extremely vulnerable to supply chain disruption and prevented supply-side measures to bring prices down. That diminution is the flip side of the ceaseless growth in financial activity since the early 1980s. This process is usually termed financialization, although the plural financializations would have been more accurate, since each historic expansion of the financial sector has involved different structures, practices, regulatory regimes, and assets. In recent decades, financialization has come to rest on asset bubbles sustained by lax monetary policy. This has created the conditions for today's rising prices, while inhibiting the only sort of anti-inflationary policies of which the current system is capable. Yet, this crucial dynamic is overlooked by economists across the political spectrum. Prima facie, hawks and doves pull at opposite ends of the dual mandate that the Federal Reserve acquired in 1977, when the Humphrey-Hawkins Act added high employment levels to its original price stability mandate. Gotta tell you, what a fucking nerdy article this is. This is nerdy as shit, eh? What a nerdy-ass article. These guys are like totally cut it. Like, I feel like I'm talking this whole time, and I'm just like, right? The pace of it, the writing of it, feels very much like an old man standing at a pulpit being, some progressive economists now point to Alan Greenspan's tenure in the 1990s as an instructive model of what a full employment economy can look like, implying that the Federal Reserve's current leadership can and should revert to this paradigm. Yet, the full employment mandate, a last gasp of Keynesianism in an increasingly hostile political environment, was never taken seriously. Like, Jesus Christ. What a big, long-winded fucking article to get down to the whole point. For 4 long decades, neoliberal policies have entrenched the long downturn, reversing Janos Kornai's old adage that socialism is a supply-constrained system while capitalism is a demand-constrained one. Look, this is easy, right? And this article confirms it, even though it's like fucking reads like a fucking nerd wrote it, because it is a nerd. It's a total fucking nerd that wrote this shit, right? Published at the New Left Review. Obviously, look, it's not hard. Okay? It isn't hard. Productive capacity fucking left the country. We don't build anything. We don't make anything. We don't do anything. Right? We're literally parasites on the world stage, just sucking as much fucking blood as we possibly can out of the system constantly. Right? We have no manufacturing base. We don't do anything of value. The people who actually do stuff are in China and India. Right? And then on top of that, we let a tiny little cabal of billionaires own anything that actually exists. So the land, the buildings, the limited productive capacity we actually have, right? Owned by a tiny group of billionaires, and those billionaires are going like, well, I can't make any money off of poor people who have no money, so I might as well jack prices out the moon to get the little bit of money from the people who actually have a little bit of money left in the country before I just fucking go off to Jeffrey Epstein's sex pedophile island and abandon this place, right? That's what's happening. That's what inflation actually is. It's a hollowing out of the system. That the wealthy are hollowing the system out literally and through financialization, abandoning it, right? Abandoning it, and then installing ghouls like Ford, who are pretending as though a 3.5% increase on wages is going to matter at all in the face of what is obviously happening. Keynesianism is horrible. Austrian school best school. What? John. Picture of Beavis Jackson Hole. Well done, Nova Scotia. Well done. Volcker was a ghoul. He was hired by Democrats and kept by Republicans. Yeah, uniparty hijinks. Yeah. Like, always be skeptical of people who do well in both political parties, right? Because there is only really one party in the United States. There's only really one party in the United States, guys. Come on. That's why this fucking election that we're all paying attention to for reasons, right? That's why this election doesn't really matter, right? Like, they're all goddamn ghouls. Like, yeah, the GOP are more ghoulish, right? The GOP are more overwhelmingly ghoulish. But they both parties ostensibly agree that the way to build a country is to destroy it, right? Biden's literally walking around being like, unity. We need to get unity, right? You don't give a fuck about unity. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, unity, right? My absolute favorite is they all, like, point at, like, the one Democrat who's, like, entrenching his heels and being, what was his stupid name? Who's like, oh, I'm going to vote against everything. Like, they literally could destroy this person, right? If that was legitimate, if that was anything other than the obvious grift that it completely is, you could destroy this person. They've destroyed people in their party before. You're telling me that the full force of the Democratic Party couldn't look at the single individual responsible for destroying Joe Manchin, right? Or Kristen Sinema, right? For destroying all of this legislation and pulling everything back. You're telling me that the full force of the party couldn't point to this person and do what they did to Ralph Nader or Dennis Kucinich, right? Yeah, of course they could, right? Of course they could. They could absolutely destroy this person. They're not going to, right? They're not interested in that, right? Why? Because they work for these neoliberal fucking fascists, right? They just want you to buy into the idea that they're somehow better than the fucking GOP. That's it. That's it. Midterms usually tilt towards GOP. Yeah. No, dude, we're going to see a big swing. That Biden's next 2 terms... This is why paying attention to the Biden administration has been a complete waste of time. For anybody who's actually been doing it. It's a complete waste of time. He's the lamest of lame ducks. What has he actually achieved? What's Biden's big achievement? Right? Near as I can tell, Biden's big achievement is giving a bunch of money to the fossil fuel sector again, moving troops out of Afghanistan, right? So just admitting defeat in Afghanistan, dropping more bombs in Somalia, dropping more bombs in Ethiopia, like, so basically he might as well be a Republican, right? Might as well. You voted R down the ballot today? John Smith. John Smith. You might as well be part of the problem, I guess. Why not? Hey, at least you got that fucking cookie. Right, bud? At least you got that fucking cookie. And, like, good evening, Eric. Good to see you, bud. I hope you're feeling well, dude. I hope you're feeling well. If Trudeau has a problem... And this is literally Doug Ford's response, right? If Trudeau has a problem with the notwithstanding clause, he's free to reopen the Constitution. Like, what a bully conversation, right? Like, what a fucking... Cookie secured. You got it, bud. Like, what a fucking asshole this guy is. Ugh. I can't even take it with this Koopy stuff, dude. It's just total fucking bullshit. You voted in a union election today. What'd you vote for? You vote for anything worthwhile? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's read a true American hero. Right? I love this, Adam. Democrats and Republicans are like scissor blades. Each are deadly on their own, but are built to cut together as one. The U.S. Senate happening today? Yeah, it's the Senate and the House. We'll be tuning in a little bit, but the real results aren't going to roll in until after the show. So we're not going to get too much going on. It's the entire House and only about half the Senate, because some states don't elect Senate seats every 2 years. They do it every 4 years. I miss the crack smear too, dude. Rob Ford was a good time. He was a good time. Yet U.S. election results could take days. It's true. It's true. All right, I'm going to read this Chris Hedges article because Chris Hedges, unlike the nerds we just read, Chris Hedges is a true champion, a true king among us all, talking about voting. Let's see what he has to say. Chris Hedges: the politicians who destroyed our democracy want us to vote for them to save it. We should have walked out on the Democratic Party and mounted a serious opposition movement while we still had the chance. The bipartisan project of dismantling our democracy, which took place over the last few decades on behalf of corporations and the rich, has left only the outward shell of democracy. The courts, the legislative bodies, the executive branch, and the media, including public broadcasting, are captive to corporate power. There is no institution left that can be considered authentically democratic. The corporate coup d'etat is over. They won. We lost. The wreckage of this neoliberal project is appalling. Endless and futile wars to enrich a military-industrial complex that bleeds the U.S. Treasury of half of all discretionary spending. Deindustrialization that has turned U.S. cities into decayed ruins. The slashing and privatization of social programs, including education, utility services, and healthcare, which saw over 1 million Americans account for 1/5 of global deaths from COVID, although we are 4% of the world's population. Draconian forms of social control embodied in militarized police, functioning as lethal armies of occupation in poor urban areas. The largest prison system in the world, a virtual tax boycott by the richest individuals and corporations, money-saturated elections that perpetrate our system of legalized bribery, and the most intrusive state surveillance of the citizenry in our history. In the United States of amnesia, to quote Gore Vidal, the corporate press and the ruling class create fictional, feel-good personas for candidates, treat all political campaigns as if it is a day at the races, and gloss over the fact that on every major issue, from trade deals to war, there is very little difference between Democrats and Republicans. The Democratic Party and Joe Biden are not the lesser evil, but rather, as Glenn Ford pointed out, the more effective evil. Biden supported the campaign to discredit and humiliate Anita Hill, to appoint Clarence Thomas to the Supreme Court. He was one of the principal architects of the endless wars in the Middle East, calling for taking Saddam down 5 years before the invasion of Iraq. He rehabilitated the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, after vowing to make the country a pariah because of the assassination of the Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi. Biden is a fervent supporter of Israel, calling the apartheid state the single greatest strength America has in the Middle East, and declaring, "I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist." His campaigns have been lavishly funded by the Israel lobby for at least 2 decades. In the 1970s, he fought school busing, arguing that segregation was beneficial for blacks. He and South Carolina's racist senator, Strom Thurmond, sponsored the Comprehensive Crime Control Act, which eliminated parole for federal prisoners and limited the amount of time sentences could be reduced for good behavior. Biden sponsored and aggressively pushed the 1994 crime bill, which he also helped draft, calling for its passage because we have predators on our street that society has in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. The bill expanded the death penalty for dozens of existing and new federal crimes and mandated life imprisonment for a third violent felony, also known as the 3 strikes and you're out rule, more than doubling the nation's prison population. The bill provided funds to add 100,000 new police officers and build new prisons. He pushed through the 1996 Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, which gutted the federal writ of habeas corpus, abolished the rights of death row prisoners, and mandated harsh federal sentencing rules. Biden takes credit for writing the 2001 Patriot Act, which expanded the government's ability to monitor anyone's phone and email communications, collect bank and credit report records, and track activity on the internet. He backed austerity programs, including the destruction of welfare and cuts to Social Security. He fought for NAFTA and other free trade deals which fueled inequality, deindustrialization, a significant drop in wages, and the offshoring of millions of manufacturing jobs to underpaid workers who toil in sweatshops in countries like Mexico, Malaysia, China, or Vietnam. He also backed the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act that, as Human Rights Watch writes, eliminated key defenses against deportation and subjected many more immigrants, including legal permanent residents, to detention and deportation. Biden long opposed abortion, writing in a letter to a constituent, "Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them. As you may know, I have consistently, on no fewer than 50 occasions, voted against federal funding of abortions." He was at the forefront of deregulating the banking industry and the abolition of Glass-Steagall, which contributed to the global financial meltdown, including the collapse of nearly 500 banks. In 2007 and 2008, he is a favorite of the for-profit insurance and pharmaceutical industry, which contributed $6.3 million to his 2020 presidential campaign, almost 4 times more money than they channeled to Donald Trump's campaign. Biden and the Democrats annually increase. You got the snorts? Got the snorts? I know, right in the middle of this horror show, my dog's got to pause the show, take all the oxygen out of the room, eh, buddy? Little bit of comic, little bit of comic, little bit of comic relief. Okay, buddy. Okay. Sorry, guys. I got to pause for a second. Got to deal with this. Pug crisis. Can we do the treats, man? Can we do the treats? Pug crisis. Can we do the treats? You want to go town? Come on, buddy. Come on. You can do it. Do we need to get serious? Looks like we need to get serious. Okay, buddy. Let's get serious. Okay, you're a good boy. You good? Okay, we're gonna get real serious. You're a good boy. You're such a good little boy. Did you know that? Do you know how good you are? What a good little boy you are. Yeah, you're a good little boy with smelly breath. You know that? You know how smelly your breath is? So smelly. What's that? That's a good boy. He's a good boy. Crisis averted. Sorry about that, guys. If I don't actually deal with that, Milo can really hurt himself. So, gotta... Who names a kid Strom? Hey, Anemone, how you doing? Gino, good to see you. DM, I know you're in the chat as well. Good to see you guys. The decisions of politicians like Biden have a staggering human cost. Not only for the poor, workers, and the shrinking middle class, but for millions of people in the Middle East, millions of families ripped apart by mass incarceration, millions more forced into bankruptcy by our mercenary for-profit medical system, where corporations are legally permitted to hold sick children hostage while their frantic parents bankrupt themselves to save them. Millions who became addicted to opioids and hundreds of thousands who died from them. Millions denied welfare assistance, and all of us barreling toward extinction because of a refusal to curb the greed and destructive power of the fossil fuel industry, which has raked in $2.8 billion a day in profit over the last 50 years. Biden, morally vacuous and of limited intelligence, is responsible for more suffering and death at home and abroad than Donald Trump. But the victims in our Punch and Judy media shows are rendered invisible. And that is why the victims despise the whole superstructure and want to tear it down. Hi, hello. These establishment politicians and their appointed judges promulgated laws that permitted the top 1% to loot $54 trillion from the bottom 90% from 1975 to 2022 at a rate of $2.5 trillion a year, according to a study by the Rand Corporation. The fertile ground of our political, economic, cultural, and social wreckage spawned an array of neo-fascists, con artists, racists, criminals, charlatans, conspiracy theorists, right-wing militias, and demagogues that will soon take power. Decayed societies, such as Weimar Germany or the former Yugoslavia, which I covered for the New York Times, always vomit up political deformities who express the hatred a betrayed public feel for a corrupt ruling class and bankrupt liberalism. The twilight of the Greek, Roman, Ottoman, Habsburg, and Russian empires were no different. These political deformities play the role of the Snopes clan in William Faulkner's trilogy, The Hamlet, The Town, and The Mansion. The Snopeses wrested control in the South from a degenerate aristocratic elite. Aristocratic, what the fuck? Flem Snopes and his extended family, which includes a killer, a pedophile, a bigamist, an arsonist, a mentally disabled man who copulates with a cow, and a relative who sells tickets to witness the bestiality, are fictional representatives of the scum that hijacked the Republican Party. The usual reference to amorality, while accurate, is not sufficiently distinctive, and by itself does not allow us to place them as they should be placed in a historical moment. The critic Irving Howe wrote of the Snopeses, "Perhaps the most important thing to be said is that they are what come afterwards. The creatures that emerge from the devastation with the slime still upon their lips. Let a world collapse in South or Russia and their peer figures of coarse ambition driving their way up from beneath the social bottom. Men to whom moral claims are not so much absurd as incomprehensible, sons of bushwhackers or musics drifting in from nowhere and taking over through the sheer outrageousness of their monolithic force," Howe wrote. "They become presidents of local banks and chairmen of party regional committees, and later, a trifle slicked up, they muscle their way into Congress or the Politburo. Scavengers without inhibition, they need not believe in the crumbling official code of their society. They need only learn to mimic its sounds." Biden and other establishment politicians are not actually calling for democracy. They are calling for civility. They have no intention of extracting the knife thrust into our backs. They hope to paper over the rot and the pain with the decorum of the polite, measured talk they use to sell us the con of neoliberalism. The political correctness and inclusivity imposed by college-educated elites, unfortunately, has now become associated with the corporate assault, as if a woman CEO or a black police officer is going to mitigate the exploitation and abuse. Minorities are always welcome, as they were in other species of colonialism, if they serve the dictates of the masters. This is how Barack Obama, whom Cornel West called a black mascot for Wall Street, became president. Freedom for millions of enraged Americans has become the freedom to hate, the freedom to use words. I'm not going to say any of that. The freedom to physically assault Muslims, undocumented workers, women, African Americans, homosexuals, and anyone who dares criticize their Christian fascism. The freedom to celebrate historical movements and figures that the college-educated elites condemn, including the Ku Klux Klan and the Confederacy. The freedom to ridicule and dismiss intellectuals, ideas, science, and culture. The freedom to silence those who have been telling them how to behave. The freedom to revel in hypermasculinity, racism, sexism, violence, and patriarchy. These crypto-fascists have always been part of the American landscape, but the disenfranchisement of millions of Americans, especially white Americans, has inflamed these hatreds. Voting for the architects of what political philosopher Sheldon Wolin calls our system of inverted totalitarianism will not make them go away. In fact, it will further discredit liberal ideas and liberal democracy. This puts liberals in a terrible bind. They have every right to fear the far right. All the dark scenarios are correct. But by backing Biden and the ruling corporate party, they ensure their political irrelevance. The Democratic Party has spent millions funding far-right Pied Piper candidates, assuming they would be easier to defeat, a tactic foolishly copied from the Clinton campaign, which secretly elevated Trump in the hopes that he would win the Republican nomination. They have worked to censor critics from the left and right on social media. They claim they are the last bulwark against tyranny. None of these subterfuges will work. America will descend into a Viktor Orban type of authoritarianism without profound political, social, and economic reform. After the Iraq War went sour, I, as someone who publicly opposed the invasion and had been the Middle East bureau chief for the New York Times, was often asked what we should do now. I answered that Iraq could no longer be put back together. It was broken. We broke it. Those who ask if we should support the Democrats as a tactic to halt our descent into tyranny are in a similar dilemma. My answer is no different. We should have walked out on the Democratic Party while we still had the chance. Surround the halls of power. Surround the halls of power. Just like we've done it before. To me, this is like the no-brainer of everything that I've said. Like, we've done it before, right? We did it to Nixon. We did it to FDR. We could do it again. The Occupy movement had the right idea, but they were in the wrong place, right? That they were more interested in being a cultural movement than an effective political movement, because they were interested in pointing out that Marx's analysis of capitalist society was correct. We are the 99%, right? That workers of the world unite. That there is a distinction. There's an ownership class and an owned class, right? So we can gather thousands and thousands of people and get them into a spot. And that spot should be surrounding the halls of power. We've got nothing left. We've got nothing left. Like, I know for a fact that my life is literally going to be go work for millionaire or billionaire owners of restaurants or cafes. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to pay my bills. Unless this explodes on me and suddenly I'm a millionaire somehow doing this. Right? But outside that, so literally, and there are millions of people who are in my situation. And worse. I'm actually quite grateful for the situation that I find myself in. I'm actually quite grateful to be working in such a stable environment at this point that isn't explicitly corporate and isn't overwhelmingly corporate, although it is going to move in that direction without a doubt. the collapse of the civil society, and it's going to be a collapse of the civil society, just as Hedges describes, right? Who are the people who are going to be empowered? Who are the people who are going to feel as though they own the place and are able to do as though what they want? Well, it's going to be the rich. It's going to be people who own capital, who own people, who own things, right? And are going to treat those who are lesser than with contempt, who are going to treat them with contempt. Well, I was just speaking with someone today, an avid cyclist, and they've been pointing out that over the last few years, the streets have gotten more dangerous. Drivers are getting less considerate. And I pointed out, yes, of course they are. Of course they are. They think that you shouldn't be on the road. They think that they own the roads, right? Because steadily we're moving into a place where the only people who can afford to drive are going to be the extremely rich, are going to be the people who have the capital, who have the money, who have the capability, and view you, the cyclist, with disdain. And so these conflicts, these systemic antagonisms that exist in the society are going to manifest themselves into our day-to-day lives. That we are literally going to be regularly confronted by a small, eclectic group of psychopaths who genuinely think that they own us. And if we talk back to them with anything other than yes, sir, then we will be chased out, will be impoverished, will be rendered homeless, and then they'll pay more than it would cost to house and shelter us to throw cops at us. Because this is the nature of their ethos. You can just listen to any of these far-right grifters to know that this is the case. That they view us with contempt. They view us with utter contempt. And they're completely disinterested, willing to pay more even, in order to antagonize us. Yeah, I just watched a recent Chris Hedges speech on war. It's pretty powerful. Yeah, Chris Hedges is the GOAT, man. He's absolutely the GOAT. Yeah, good evening, John. Get ready for a shellacking in the U.S. I mean, the picture will go red. Picture go red. Oh, it looks like Kentucky. Are they calling it for the Democrat? Kentucky's saved, everybody. It's going blue. Vote blue no matter who. So, let's take a minor pivot. You know, a minor pivot. I am going to run off and use the washroom while you guys watch a thing about how the media loves the Azov battalion.
And as those attacks intensify, U.S. mainstream media didn't hold back with praise for a member of Ukraine's neo-Nazi Azov battalion, who's known to have made posts glorifying Nazism on his social media account.
Dmytro Kozatsky, a soldier in Ukraine's National Guard who was held captive in the besieged steel plant. Dmytro, thank you for your heroism and for the record that you have shown.
The fighter is also giving talks to middle school students across the U.S. In some of his previously posted but now deleted tweets, the Ukrainian Azov soldier was seen openly brandishing Nazi symbols, even going so far as to bake a swastika-themed pizza. In this tweet, you can see another Ukrainian soldier displaying a swastika on his rucksack. The BBC, for example, has also featured a soldier wearing a notorious SS Nazi logo, while Western media has now changed its tune towards the Azov battalion. They didn't manage to hide their proud display of neo-Nazi tattoos. That comes as, despite the rise of far-right groups across the world, 52 countries, including the U.S., voted against Russia's UN General Assembly resolution condemning Nazism. The chief editor of the Finnish MV-Lehti news outlet says that the numbers reflect the willingness of the West to tolerate the glorification of far-right ideology.
I think that the general problem here is that the Western political system doesn't want to recognize the difference between the patriots and the nationalists. Now we are seeing Nazis lecturing in the European or the Western schools about glorifying Nazism. That's, I think, a step forward where and somewhere should be the border. And I think that some kind of red line has been crossed. I'm very afraid of this UN voting now, what happened, because past years, at least, there has been some decency from only the USA and Ukraine was in favor for not condemning the glorifying of the Nazification, and we know the reason, because the USA was behind the Ukrainian Nazis here all these years. So now looks like that the Western countries, their allies, are willing to start to glorify the Nazis as well.
Yeah. We know that's true, right? What do I got? Where am I going here? Yeah, I was showing this yesterday, right?
Он еще жив.
Он живой еще,
блядь.
Смотри, куда?
Spoof poof. So, like, we know it's true. Like, combating the glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, other practices, right? All of the red dots that you're seeing there are people who are like, nah, we should definitely glorify the Nazis. That's right. It's a free speech. You know, people should have the freedom of speech. People should have the freedom. If you want to glorify Nazism, you should have the freedom to be able to do so. Now, I don't agree with the glorification of Nazism, but we should always say that we should have the freedom to be able to glorify Nazis if we want to glorify Nazis. And you know what? But we all know, man. We all know that the way you combat bad speech is with good speech. That's all. Right? You just got to say, like, whoa, bro, like, glorifying Nazism's wrong, bro, and then that'll stop the Nazis from kicking in your doors and taking you to the concentration camps, man. Yeah, I got you, bud. Yeah. Milo's picking up on this pro-Nazi energy that's going around. Are you a little Nazi? Are you being a little Nazi? You're not being a little Nazi, are you? I hope not, buddy. You're too cute. You're too cute and sweet to be a little Nazi. Did you know that? Do you want to go get your ball? Well, not today, bud. Not right now. You're such a good little boy with a cute little face. He's a good boy. Little Milo break. Why not? Excuse me. Oh my God. Pugs and Nazis go together, right? Who can forget the SS Puggenstein, right? Like the most brutal and vicious of the Nazi regime, right? Yeah, that is exactly what this fellow just pointed out that we just listened to. That was a commentator that they had, is that it used to be the case that when this resolution would come through, that it would only be the United States and Ukraine, right? Or the United States and Israel, right? I shouldn't say that, actually. In this case, Israel. Anyway, I rescind that. That's fine. But now it's spread. Now it's worse. So Nazism is on the rise. Nazism is on the rise in our communities. It's on the rise in our societies. It's becoming normalized. It's becoming acceptable to be a Nazi. We should probably not be okay with that. We should probably not be okay with that. And now we're going to see in this election, right? In this particular election, we're going to see a bunch of people get swept into power who are basically just like Nazi adjacent and Nazi neutral. Although I have said of the Republican Party that they are worse than the Nazis. Because even the Nazis weren't trying to destroy the species. Right? Even the Nazis had an idea that we Germans are good. Like, sure the rest of you are scum. But Germans are fine. We want to make this place cool for Germany and for Germans. Right? That was sort of the Nazi position. Whereas today's GOP is basically like, yeah, obliterate the species, right? The entire species should be obliterated in a gigantic hellfire, right? Like, the last 3 days here in the province of Ontario have been record-breaking. Today I was walking around, it was like September 1st. right? It's November 8th. Like, there's no snow on the ground. All the trees are green. Like, everything is like a little crisp in the air, right? All that kind of stuff. We're going to trundle towards Christmas. Christmas is going to roll around. There's not going to be any snow on the ground. Everybody's going to be like, wow, it's really nice for Christmas. Wow, it's really warm for Christmas. Yeah, it's really warm. Yeah, of course it's really warm. Right? We burnt the corpses of our ancestors. We scattered them into the sky. And they're going to punish us for raising them from the dead by capturing UV radiation and cooking us to death. And we're all just like, normal society. I'm going to throw a soup can at a windowed painting, and that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Right? We'll get right on that. We're absolutely going to give a shit. Yep, pumpkin spice time. I will say this. At my cafe, we serve a pumpkin spice latte that is so good that it ruins every other pumpkin spice latte on the market. I'm just saying. It's actually made from pumpkin. It's actually spiced with real spices. It's modestly sweetened. And made with organic whole milk and espresso that is also locally sourced. It is c'est magnifique. C'est magnifique. Get fucked, Starbucks. Your pumpkin spice paste is bullshit. Get fucked. That's right. There is me giving a shit about the lattes that I serve. Important news, and I think this is actually important news. After 7 years, the battle for Donetsk airport is over. The reason why this is so important.
Силам народной милиции ДНР в составе батальона «Спарта», 3-го отдельного батальона специального назначения при поддержке...
Right? The reason why this is so important is that for many people who have been paying attention to the Donbass war, the war really starts with the assault of the Donetsk airport. That if you watch the documentary, the Russian documentary about the Donbass war, that documentary begins at the Donetsk airport. And if we're getting reports in, or even claims that can be taken at all seriously, that piece of land, the Donetsk airport, has now been claimed by Russians, and that the battle for the Donetsk airport is over, it's a huge win. It's huge. Massive. Gigantic. Right? Like, we've got all of these weird little reports going around that we've got all of these we've got all of these reports going around that the Russians are on their last legs. They're going to lose this whole thing. I keep seeing it over and over again. And then, like, I look at any of the evidence and I'm like, Russia just sent like 300,000 troops into the Donetsk. They have control of the Donetsk. They're gaining territory. Sure, there are minor skirmishes from NATO forces, but the Ukrainian military is defeated. NATO isn't sending any more men, right? There isn't any more men going into the region. If anything, it looks to me like the Russians are gearing up for a spring offensive. That the winter is going to be a period of consolidation and solidification along the Donbass border. They're going to continue strengthening the administrative powers of the Donbass region. They're going to continue acting as though the Donbass region is its own autonomous state or province integrated into Russia. Right? They're going to continue building up Crimea. They're going to continue training forces. And then when the spring rolls around, right, and the Ukrainian people are depleted, the military is exhausted. They don't have any weaponry. They don't have any money left because the Biden administration isn't funneling billions and billions of dollars into the war anymore. The Russians are going to do an offensive. I don't think they're going to do it over winter because they're, who knows though. but they're going to train their troops, the 300,000 men that they got in the mobilization, and they're going to push towards Kiev. Like, wait for it. They're not going to just let the Nazis win, right? They're not just going to allow the Nazis to continue sitting in power, right? It's just not how it's going to work. Lattes are an abomination made by Americans to imitate Italian cappuccinos. Dude, if you want to talk about true abominations on this, it's the Americano. The Americano is the true abomination. Because the only difference between a latte and a cappuccino is that a latte is less foam. That a cappuccino is half the cup is milk and then half the cup is foam, whereas a latte is that the whole thing is milk except the top is foam, right? The Americano is the real abomination, right? Because an Americano is a shot of espresso in a cup, in a large cup, filled up with hot water. So you're just diluting the espresso shot. And they called it Americano because that's what the Americans were looking for when they went to these cafes. And they were just like, the Europeans were just like, I guess if you want to ruin a cup of coffee, here you go. But that's what they wanted, right? Pearls before swine. Yeah, we need to brace for the influx of Ukro-Nazis here. Yeah, I think that's going to happen, right? I think that's pretty likely going to happen. And the powers that be are perfectly aware that what Russia is going to do is push into Kiev in order to gain political control of Ukraine and end this war, right? And to declare the whole thing over. And that's why they're announcing, like, oh, we're going to have an influx of all of these immigrants, right? All of these immigrants are going to have a big influx of them. Oh, so here we go. Let's get ready. And so we're just going to open our borders and just let a whole bunch of fucking Ukrainian Nazis in. Because the Ukrainian Nazis are going to flee. They're going to run. Because they know what's going to happen, right? They know what's going to happen. And so they've got to leave. Simple as that. They got to leave. It's just going to be like post-World War II, right? We got a big influx of Ukrainian Nazis into Canada and the United States post-World War II, right? It's going to be exactly the same. So already we got 3 seats called for the GOP, nothing for the Dems. Good start. Good start. And Nazi immigrants are fine. Yeah, Nazi immigrants are fine. Syrian immigrants, on the other hand, yeah. Why did Kentucky go red? I don't know, bro. Why are Southerners voting for Republicans? Is that what we're genuinely, is this a genuine question? Here's an article that is just like, the CBC is working completely overtime. Oh, sorry, John. That's because before we were looking at the U.S. Senate, right? And Kentucky went red. Oh, that's Rand Paul's seat. Yeah, Rand Paul's gonna win. Rand Paul's gonna win, dude. We're not getting rid of Rand. Not so easily. So the CBC has just been producing absolutely beautiful cover pieces, right? Absolutely beautiful cover pieces. With record Canadian immigration targets, housing fears soar, but anxieties are unfounded, experts say. Right? It's like this article. Man sleeping in his car says tenants owe more than $31K, won't leave his rental property. Sell your house. Sell your house, landlord. Sell your house. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, I'm a landlord and I own a property. My tenants won't pay rent because my rent is too goddamn high and they've lost their job because neoliberal capitalism is a total failure. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. We found the one landlord that isn't sleeping in one of his properties. You read the article, finds out he loses his second property in a divorce settlement to his wife. So, like, literally, like, boo, you lost your second property. Oh, no, now you're sleeping in your car and you can't get rid of these tenants who are unemployed because of the nature of neoliberal capitalism. And you refuse to sell that property because you know that it's better as an asset to keep. So, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Get fucked. Get fucked, dude. Marco has to sleep in his car because his tenants at Collingwood, Ontario income property have refused to pay rent for months. Like, this is how much the system of neoliberal capital has come to despise people who rent. If you're a renter, fuck you. That's the opinion of neoliberal capital, and you're going to see how this is the case, right? Finding enough workers to assemble pre-built walls and floors at the Etobicoke plant where Paul Askett manages manufacturing is a grind. He's hoping that a record wave of new Canadians expected over the next 3 years will help. Demand for the factory's product installed in Ontario housing is surging, but Askett says the assembly floor crew is usually short by about 10%. That's on purpose. Right? He's just saying that, like, yeah, we're usually short by about 10%. That's on purpose. You want there to be something of a shortage, right? So that you can replace people easily, right? You want to make sure that you can just say to people at any time, hey, we could get rid of you. And they do. And they fucking do. What was the line that really killed me? Yeah. To help, Canada has just announced record immigration targets, 1.5 million new Canadians, Ukrainian Nazis, over the next 3 years, with plans to bring in 500,000 people in 2025. How is this going to do anything except, like, create an immigrants stole our job narrative amongst the far right? Like, how is that going to do anything except that? But the economy has also spiked anxiety about where all of these new citizens will make their homes, given the country's ongoing housing crisis. For us, it's definitely positive news. Yeah, we look forward to any newcomers because we can coach, we can train, we can advance, give them gainful employment. Vancouver property tax expert Paul Sullivan of Ryan ULC, a global business tax software and real estate consulting firm, said Canada needs a better plan to both boost a battered economy, because you don't want to actually take care of your own citizenry. You want to make sure that you get as many slaves in that you can so you can underpay them and undercut the market, right? Okay, come on. Where's the line that I really loved? The line that I really loved. Oh, yeah, this is it. While some worry that a new influx of residents will spike houses even higher, data expert says the fear has no solid foundation. Mirza Haider, director of Urban Analytics Institute at Toronto Metropolitan University, studies the data around immigration and real estate in Canada. He says previous studies suggest the federal plan to up immigration by about 150,000 to 200,000 extra people per year will have little impact. My guess is that most new immigrants will not have cash or enough savings to go and start buying homes, he said. I don't expect them to exert pressure on housing prices as much, but more so on the rental demand. And then they just move on. They just move on from that, right? That's it. So literally, like, yeah, we expect there to be a spike in rental prices. You know, like the 50% of people who rent, who just need to go fucking die, is the opinion of the CBC these days, right? Wonk on wonk, 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 wonk. And again, it's just another way to just pretend as though the problem is we haven't been building enough homes for investors to buy and sit on empty. That's really what they're saying at this point. Yeah, the problem isn't the investor class that's hoarding these properties, right? That's not the problem. The problem is that we haven't built enough of these empty properties. That's the problem. That the investors, like this investor, only has 4 properties sitting empty, right? He could have 8. He should have 8 properties sitting empty, don't you think? Like, we have such a fake economy based on absolutely nothing. It's based on fucking fuck all at this point. And we're just building these empty houses for no one to live in so billionaires can just have them. And be like, I've got an asset. Look at the asset that I've got. Oh, you wanna rent it? Okay, that'll be $4,000 a month, please. Oh, you only make $1,000 a month because we're not paying you a wage. Well, you should just go get a better job then. This is the conversation that we're legitimately having. Like, What a failed what a failed culture. What a failed people. We are a failure as a society, and it's going to collapse. And how do I know it's going to collapse? They keep telling us. They keep telling us how it's going to collapse. That's my favorite part. They're just moving along, bumping along, being like, yeah, give all the money to rich people, build assets for them to own and keep empty and be useless with. But boy, is there a recession coming. Everybody's got to get ready for that recession. You know who's really got to tighten up their boots and tighten up their belts during this period of time? It's the people who don't own anything. Those are the people, but they'll be happy. They won't own anything, but they'll be happy. Like this is literally how these guys are talking. Like I feel like they might as well be wearing like clown makeup at this point. Like I wish there was a way that I could get a filter on my screen so that anytime any pundit, politician, or anybody showed up, it put clown makeup on them. Because that's who these guys are. They're just clowns. Like they're purposefully destroying the society on behalf of like maybe 100 people total. Maybe 100 people total. So that those 100 people can go off to like a pedophile sex island and rape little children. That's literally the game. That's literally what we're looking at. And we're all just like, normal, better go to work. We're going to call a strike. Oh no, fascism, no more strike. We won. What? Like, what? I watched a documentary that showed how the GOP absorbed Mussolini fascists and German Nazis into their party. Yeah, of course. No, all of America did that. That's not just the GOP. If you're watching a documentary that showed how the GOP did that, then that's like Democratic propaganda pretending like they didn't do the same thing, right? The interest rate hikes mean nothing to the oligarch, just another measure to punish and squeeze us peasants. Yeah, and pretend as though they're doing something that matters. Like, I think that's a big part of it, Matthias, is that you got to pretend as though you're doing something so that the peasantry, the plebs, the serfs will be like, well, this has got to be something. There's got to be something that works. But now they're not even pretending like it's going to work. Like, this is the part about the whole conversation that just blows my face off. That just absolutely blows my face off. Is that they're no longer even pretending as though it's going to make the economy stronger. That they're literally saying out loud. Like, Chrystia Freeland literally said, be sure to cancel your Disney Plus accounts, right? Like, literally they're standing in front of you, saying to your face, our objective goal and expectation is to collapse the economy into a recession. That the hope that they're giving everyone is we're going to have a soft landing. And in the meantime, labor is celebrating that they gave away the farm so that they wouldn't have a fascism done on them. Like, this is where we're at. We are a weak, decrepit, incapable, fully deserving of this collapse group of pathetic losers. Very simply. Very simply. Like, we deserve what's coming. We deserve it. Because we know how we could stop it. You know how you would stop it? Right? You want to build a real economy? You want to actually help people? You want to make sure that you have a prosperous society? Give people access. Give people access. Simple as that. Oh, I'm poor. I don't have any money or assets. Well, give people money and assets. Well, who's got all the money and assets? Oh, like 10 guys. Well, who gives a fuck about these guys? Surround their houses. Are we going to do that? Nah. And by the time we actually do that, they're going to literally be dropping drones on us and shit. They're going to be sending robot dogs in there. Right? Like, I have never seen a country more incapable than this. More just incapacitated. More willing to accept complete destabilization And we're literally marching into this total, overt, crazed catastrophe while still waving little flags being like, we're the greatest! We're the greatest! At this point, I feel like I'm watching, like, and I feel like I'm like right here, like it maybe more like this, like it's like right like this, right? Like it's hit the wall, like it's already hit the wall, like this. Did I close it? Did I close it? No, I didn't. All right, this is a hit of the wall. This is like we've hit the wall, right? But like the inertia of the collision hasn't reached the passengers in the vehicle yet. So we've hit the wall and it's rippling through the cabins. It's rippling through, right? And I'm sitting there being like, well, we hit the wall. They're telling us we hit the wall. All the news we're getting is that we've hit the wall. Our leadership at the highest possible level is telling us to brace for impact. Cancel your Disney Plus, everybody. We hit the wall, and the ripple's coming through, and I feel like I'm in a passenger carrier being like, well, we hit the wall, here we go, get ready for the impact, brace for impact, and there's literally like a guy beside me, his shoes off, like John Candy style, just like a big fat-ass character, just being like, what are you talking about? We're the greatest country in the world. This is the most powerful train. This train could never be stopped. So what if it hit a wall? It'll just go right through. It'll just blast right through. We're the greatest country in the world. He's like smoking a cigar. You just need to work harder. That's all. Like, at this stage in the game, it's like a comedy, right? Like, I hope you guys are not sitting on... My deepest hope for each and every one of you is that you're not sitting on the other side, like, clutching your pearls or, like grabbing hold of, like, your teddy bear. That you're not sitting on the other side, like, shaking in your booties. I hope at this point we can get to a point where we realize how fucking ridiculous this is. Like, it's just like a comedy show. And these people are just buffoonish clowns who are all walking around pretending as though they have dignity or prestige or any of that kind of shit. That, like, I know I've, like, hit on this, like, 15 times in the last 30 seconds, but I don't give a shit. When Chrystia Freeland stands up and says, like, people gotta cancel their Disney Plus, like, it's opening a door. It's opening a window into their worldview that shows you how detached from reality these sycophantic narcissists actually are. That they're literally saying to you, sure, we're collapsing the housing market. Sure, we're suppressing your wages. Sure, we're destroying the civil society. Sure, climate change is going to burn down the place. Sure, all opportunities are dragging up. Sure, there's going to be a recession that we're actually implementing on purpose. Sure, there's inflation destroying you. But you know how you can save some money? You can go ahead and cancel Disney Plus. Like, these people do not, at any point in the conversation, give any shits about you. That if you were to die, if you were to just die, they would be like, oh, well, I better go try to find votes somewhere else. Like, that's all you are for these people. Just votes. And if they can get you to vote for them by going, well, if you don't vote for me, then the conservative will get in. Then they will. That's very simple. I do laugh hysterically at the absurdity, but also spend a lot of time in the fetal position. You gotta do what you gotta do, Gino. You gotta do what you gotta do in this fucking ridiculous hellscape that we live in. Like, it's just like, to me, it's the, like, denialism that kills me the most. That's what really kills me the most. That there are people walking around pretending like it's not happening, you know? And by people, I mean the vast majority of the public are just sort of like dream walking through reality, just being like, la, 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 la. And they don't understand what's coming. I, for one, welcome our libertarian paradise. You would, John. You fucking corpo scum. Bud. I actually really value your presence, John. You have such an interesting perspective in the chat. Like, I can tell that you are sympathetic to the plight of what is happening here, while simultaneously you, because of your position and because of what you've shared, you're somewhat aloof, right? Like, you're somewhat, like, you're not really going to be impacted in the same way, right? Like when the fucking purges happen and when all of this happens, you're fine, and you know it, right? But you're still here, which I find to be intriguing. Although it's completely possible that you're the CIA spook on the other side. So, oh, you have structure. Very good, bud. Very good. And I don't mean to insult you in any way, by the way, bud. So please, if I'm telling tales out of school or being an asshole to you unwittingly, please tell me, because I don't want to misconstrue. Sometimes I just talk shit. Simple as that. Climate change could hit Canada's GDP by 6% over long term. Like, yeah. Like, and they know, right? Like, they know. I wish I was a CIA spook. Those guys make six figures. CIA, if you're watching, hit me up. Yeah, no shit. I feel like given the budget of the CIA, they could literally just pay us all off, right? That's going to be the next tactic of the CIA. They're just going to pay everybody off because they have such a huge budget. They're just going to be like, I bet you if we just give everybody money, they'll shut up. As world leaders gather for United Nations Climate Conference, a new report is warning that climate change could cost the Canadian economy billions of dollars over the coming decades. Yeah, we fucking know, right? Yeah, why would they do that when we're just boring internet people? I don't know. Boring internet people can take to the streets. I know I go to the streets. I'm in protest. That's not even considering CIA off-book and slush funds. Yeah. We're just boring internet people. One day the internet will become alive and become a creature unto itself. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. Oh, man. What a fucking ridiculous thing. The very existence of the CIA, the very existence of China taking aggressive steps to gut Canadians' democracy, warns Trudeau. Right? The Prime Minister's comments come after a news report that Beijing had funded a clandestine network of candidates in 2019. How much do you want to bet that these aggressive candidates are literally people who are in an organization that is saying China's okay? Right? Given some of the crazy shit that Trudeau has said during his term that we're all just supposed to treat as fucking normal, right? John Wayne was CIA? I would believe it. Of course I would believe it. All of the pro-war propaganda that guy was responsible for putting out, for sure. CIA's all about that shit, dude. All about that shit. Trudeau is warning that China is playing aggressive games to undermine democratic institutions. Amid reports, Beijing actively interfered in Canada's federal elections. His comments on Monday came after a news report that Beijing funded a clandestine network of candidates in Canada's 2019 election, and just days after the federal police force says it was actively investigating a secret network of illegal Chinese police stations in Toronto. Do we have access to this news? Let's click on some of these links. secret Chinese police stations operating in Toronto. The Royal Canadian, like, let's be real clear. I don't actually believe this. Like, I don't believe anything that comes out of these assholes' mouth. Even though this is being reported in the Guardian, which has been, like, pretty pro on the climate change aspect. The stations were first identified by safeguard defenders. Like, identified a residential home, a commercial building, and a convenience store as the suspected operations. The Chinese embassy has denied the buildings are staffed by police. Instead, they are suggesting they are service stations meant to offer consular and bureaucratic assistance. Okay. Like, to me, that seems like more legitimate. Like, so China's embassy is sitting there being like, yeah, these are like, we have a house over here, so somebody doesn't need to come all the fucking way out here. They can just go to here instead. I don't know. Like, looks to me like we're just pounding. What? That's the whole point of an embassy, though. Why have those? Well, so that people don't have to fucking travel. Why not have like a little group? I'm just talking shit here, dude. I assume that this is just a way for our fascist governments to create purges. Like that's literally my position, right? That we are a fascist society, like steadily declining into fascism, and now we're very, very concerned about China's influence. Like, what do you think? What do you think's happening, bud? Like, John's playing the Nazi in the chat now. Like, convenience? Why not? There are huge Chinese populations in Toronto. It's huge Chinese populations. There are entire neighborhoods, right? There's entire neighborhoods of Chinese people that live in Toronto. And near as I can tell, they're good people. They work really hard, right? They try to keep prices low, right? Everything's family focused. They're not corporate, right? And if you're telling me that the big scandal that you're coming out with is that the embassy is also facilitating like things that are closer to home, so that, you know, the 80-year-old or 90-year-old grandmother who still has family overseas in China can get assistance, right? Can get assistance easily. Like, that to me sounds reasonable as fuck. And that it's completely to the benefit of the fascists that are in power and the fascists that own this place to pretend as though these are quote-unquote police stations, right? Like, as ridiculous a position, I think, as you can come out with. Like, oh, the embassy wants to make sure that people don't need to fucking travel, right? Ugh. Look at disease. I mean, like, I don't know, dude. I wish I could talk you down from that position, but like, we've done it before. Like, that's the part of it. Like, I don't want to get anybody into a hysteria. It's quite the opposite of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to have us live in a place that's real and acknowledge reality. But like what's so fucking annoying about all of this is like, and articles like this, right? Articles like this, like, we are moving towards war with China. Like, I just don't think we can avoid it anymore. Like, I don't think we can avoid how serious this conversation is. And I think Chinese Canadians and Chinese Americans are right to be concerned, because we've done it before. Like, we've done it before. We have a record. Like, we have a history. And why deny it? Like, why deny it? And it's shitty. And I don't like it. And I'm not going to like it. Right? I'm not going to like it. I don't like the way that we're talking about it. I don't like the way that we're talking about, like, oh yeah, so China has an embassy and that embassy wants to serve its like we're so detached from the idea that government bodies should actually help people. Like, we're so detached from that idea that we assume that government bodies are going to be a problem for us, that they're going to be oppressive, that they're going to be destructive by their very nature. We assume that's the case because that's all our government's ever done for us, with few minor exceptions. That, like, it's going to be really, really fun. And all articles like this do is they allow someone like Pierre Poilievre or Doug Ford, if he needs to start pounding the pulpit on this kind of rhetoric, right? Oh, it's the Chinese that are the problem. We got to do something about these Chinese. They're taking your jobs. They're buying all the assets, right? And if the oligarch class can just point at Chinese citizens and direct the anger of white men towards Chinese people instead of at the oligarchy where it belongs, they will. And so when I read articles like this, right, I can't help but feel like I don't take them very seriously from an intellectual position. Like, I don't think they have credibility. I'm not actually that worried about China overthrowing our democracy, right? And the reason why I'm not that worried about China overthrowing our democracy is because the oligarchy bought it. Like, why would I be worried about China overthrowing something that the oligarchy owns? Right? Is that what I'm supposed to be concerned about? Am I really supposed to be that concerned about the quote unquote electoral system? Like, and as if there's any merit to this. So like, literally, what's the concern? Like, the allegations, which came the same day that a close ally, Vladimir Putin, that Russia had previously interfered. I love this. We've got Putin ally Yevgeny admits interfering in U.S. elections, right? So, like, powerful Russian businessman and a close Vladimir Putin ally had admitted to interfering in U.S. elections on the eve of a midterm vote in which Republicans, gentlemen, we interfered, we are interfering, we will interfere, who's previously, but, like, even if they did, I just don't get this. Like, so what? Like, why is the, like, minor amount of interference that the Russians might attempt to do to the Americans gonna matter more than, like, Bill Gates? Like, this is the thing that I feel like the mainstream media is deeply guilty of, which is refusing to actually paint a larger picture, refusing to provide any kind of meta commentary. Like, one of the most common things that I see these days in regards to a Western discussion of China is this hyping up of the idea that, oh, China's economy has slowed down. China's economy slowed down, everybody. Everybody, China's in decline. Oh my God, the Chinese communists are failing. The economy is slowing down. Oh my God, 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 right? And it's effective propaganda because it's true. Yeah, the Chinese economy is slowing down. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. There's no discussion about why that's the case, though. And there's no discussion about it in the larger meta picture. Why is the Chinese economy slowing down? Well, because portions, good portions, not small portions of the Chinese economy, was integrated into the American economy, right? Like the dangest reforms that happened in the 70s, the introduction of Western capital, all of the manufacturing base got shipped over, right? Well, what's changed? Could it be that America and the West is experiencing an economic collapse? Could that be the case? That the section of the Chinese economy that is American, that is tied to the West, is now in collapse. And so it's receding. along with Joe Biden literally telling people living in China, come back to America or reject your American citizenship. Like, so the withdrawal of the Americans from the Chinese economy, whether through overt financial collapse, recession, depression, whatever you want to call it, or simply just the shuttering down by government fiat, by government decree, which for some reason isn't called authoritarian, but here we are. So yeah, that's going to slow down China's economy. But no one ever turns the eye of Sauron towards America and goes, oh yeah, but you're collapsing, dude. Like, yeah, China slowed down 3%, they're over. Meanwhile, America's literally not having enough children. Like, literally not having enough children. Like, by any metric you want to look at, the American empire is in a serious and significant decline. And there's no more significant metric to look at than population growth. Population growth is in a natural downward decline because people are too poor, too tired to have children. That the system of capital is such an abject, complete, and total failure, that people can't even have enough children to stabilize growth. That's why these guys are so desperate to bring in as many immigrants as they have, so that they can at least attempt to be competitive. But it's a joke. And yes, China will be fine. I suspect they have a plan for this. Of course they do. Their plan is always the same. Right? They do the same thing every time. If a section of the of the private economy collapses, their plan is to either let it collapse and just be like, okay, and just take care of the citizens and just say, okay, bye-bye, Western capitalists. You weren't that important in the first place. Right? Or if it actually is important, then to take state control of it and to continue doing it just with the state in charge. That's what China does. Right? And so this little like downward tick that China's experiencing because this whole like the limb of their economy decayed and collapsed, right? They'll just continue on. And that little thing will just be like a little downward blip, and then next year it'll be like this. And then it'll downward blip and everybody will be like, oh, Chinese economy collapsing, and then it'll be like that. And then right? Right? But in the meantime, the Western fascists are not just going to allow China to have embassies, right? They're not going to allow Chinese citizens to be comfortable within their own borders as they attempt to go to war with China. And again, there's a really obvious reason why the West is going to go to war with China. Like it's really obvious. Like and I really just wish I lived in a country where we were like imagine if back in the 1980s, right? Back in the 1980s, some rich psychos stood up and said what they said, which is we should abandon the American people. We should hollow out our cities and our manufacturing centers. We should ship all our jobs overseas so that other people can be enriched and do all of that kind of stuff. And imagine if someone in the military, like a general or somebody, stood up and said, this is an enormous national security failure if we move forward with this. Because that's exactly what it is. that shipping your manufacturing base overseas is overtly and massively a complete and total gift to the countries that you're doing it to, while being a complete disaster for your own country. Like, Adam Smith knew that this was the case. If you actually read The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith actually talked about this. He actually said, and he hoped that it would be avoided because the Western capitalists would have what's called a home bias, that they would actually care about the success of the nation that created and supported them. But they don't. They don't have a home bias. They have no loyalty whatsoever. Their only loyalty is to themselves. That's it. And so they gutted the manufacturing base of America, destroyed it, and gave it to another country that is using it. And using it to actually build power in the world in a meaningful way. And is using it to actually improve the lives of their own citizenry in a meaningful way. And is building unifying projects. Like, how can you possibly think that you're going to have a civilization, a society, a culture of any kind, if you're not building unifying projects? Like, and it's even worse than that. That while the Chinese are espousing a doctrine of creating unifying projects, building unifying projects, and spreading that doctrine and a material gain throughout the entire planet, the Americans are literally running on a doctrine saying that the best way to build a society is to destroy it. Is to either deny the existence of such a thing as a society, or to say that the best way to have a society is for every individual to do their best. That's literally what we're being told by these right-wing grifters. And it's failing. It's failing in a big way. Because bad ideas don't work. What's a good idea? Build rail. Build any kind of unifying project. Anything that actually convinces the citizens of the country that you live in that they actually do live in a country that's worth any goddamn at all. So ideas like a universal healthcare system, a transit system, right? A high-speed rail system, a library system, right? Small-scale stuff like this, a tool library system, something to convince the citizens that we have a community or a culture of any kind whatsoever. But not only are we not doing that, we're dismantling any of those and selling them off to the highest bidder. And then our response to all of this is to demonize the Chinese and foment war with them. A war which we will lose, by the way. There's no winning this war. We're not going to win against the Chinese. There's no victory there. We can't even beat the Vietnamese. We can't even beat the Koreans. We can't even beat the Afghanistans, the Afghanistanis. We can't beat the Iraqis. In what universe do we actually think and believe that we're going to stand any chance whatsoever against a unified China? And the difference between a war with Afghanistan or Somalia or Ethiopia is that China can hit American cities. And if America starts to pick a war with China, China will hit American cities. Like, this is the major difference. Like, China's not going to just say, oh, dear me. It's not just going to fucking roll over. Right? It's not the Koopy fucking union. It's not just going to roll over and show its belly to the Nazis. Like, it's just not going to do that. It's not going to be like, we need to go back to the table in good faith while the Americans are dropping bombs. And they're not going to do that. Like, if America picks a fight with China, which it looks like at this point is inevitable, it's just a matter of when, right? It's just a matter of when they decide to do it. They are going to lose. Like, are they going to kill millions of people while doing it? Yeah, for sure. Right? They're Nazis, of course. But they're going to lose. And they're going to lose badly. And when they lose, the Chinese aren't just going to be like, okay, good. Like, we lost. Like, that's not how it's going to go down. And America is just going to be turned into a backwater shithole. Like, that's all. America is just going to be turned into a backwater shithole. Where it's not going to be able to launch boats off its coast. It's not going to be able to shoot airplanes. Like, it's not going to be able to send airplanes or anything off its coast. Nobody's going to allow that to happen. And nobody's going to trade with it. It's going to be a fucking pariah on the world stage. Because, look, if you live in a neighborhood and all you do is kick in everyone's doors and steal their shit, eventually there just comes a point where you're the isolated one. Where no one's going to deal with you anymore. And that's exactly where we're heading. Did you ever find out the name of the Chinese diplomat trying to find out why they shipped the manufacturing base over to China? No, I forgot to look into it. Maybe I will again. I just kept seeing this guy around. It was about 3 months ago. I saw this guy going around. He kept saying the same thing. Where he was just like, he would literally be talking to officials. And he would just say, like, why did you give us your manufacturing base, by the way? And, like, they would always have this, like, stunned and staggered silence. And he didn't say it with, like, a wry smile. He wasn't asking it to derive pleasure from it. He's asking out of genuine curiosity. Because I think for the Chinese, like, they're in a place where they're building a civilization. Like I was talking about this just today with my friend. China has one of the things that's interesting about China is that it has experienced throughout its 4,000-year life a federation and then a collapsing into feudalism, essentially, with the erection of warlords, and then a restabilization, one of the warlords gaining the most amount of prominence, and then refederating, whether through military force or through agreement. And it goes both ways. But the end result is the same, right? And this is how you have things like the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty, right? You have these dynasties that are essentially that. And then those dynasties eventually corrupt, that they don't have institutional force anymore. The people that are at the highest levels of it no longer care about maintaining the empire. They only care about their own wealth and prestige. And so the idea, or the unified idea of the federated body, collapses, reinstating a feudal structure, right? And what's in, I gotta get into Google Maps while I talk about this, because this is actually really, I love this. This has happened a lot in the history of China. We are just about to experience this for the first time here in North America. The collapse of the federated body down into a feudal state, right? And I think I'm bringing this up to say, like, that's why we shouldn't be so devastatingly concerned about it, because it's happened before. We've seen it happen in China several times over the course of its history. That it federates, and sometimes when it federates, it's smaller, right? It's not necessarily bigger. This time it's actually quite large. And the reason why China is never going to collapse down to smaller than this region is because of all those little yellow lines that you're seeing. Right there. All those little yellow lines that you're seeing. Basically all of this. From Xi'an to Chongqing to Hanoi, over to Hong Kong, right? Shanghai, Beijing. Throughout China's history, when it collapses, these cities become the center, Wuhan, of course, become the center of the feudal power structure, historically, right? These are the provinces. These are where the local warlords arise. These are the structures, the primary structures. Of course, you have smaller petty warlords and all that kind of stuff. That does happen. Well, now they've built rail that lets you go from Shanghai to Hong Kong in an hour, right? They've built enormous institutional forces, high-speed rail systems that can take you from Beijing to Shanghai, right? They can take you from Qingdao to Chongqing. You can see it. Look at it. Like, are we fucking embarrassed yet? Like, are we fucking embarrassed yet? This is the grand interstate system, right? The grand, enormously talked about, highly touted, right? The interstate system, the great and powerful, the Trans-Canada Highway, the interstate highway system, the car culture that we built and we erected, the enormous power of the unifying system that we created all across America. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, it's as embarrassing as we possibly can be. Hey John, I joined the Patreon a few days ago. Doom to Bloom, champion mode. How do I join the Discord again? I'll send you an email, okay, bud? I'll admit it, dude. I've been completely lax on paying attention to my emails and paying attention to my Patreon. I'll admit it. I'm exhausted all the time, dude. I'm exhausted all the time. I can barely keep my apartment clean. I'm paying my bills. I'm happy to be doing that. I'm making enough money to be able to cover my rent, to be able to cover all this shit, and then have a little bit of money left over so that I can get so I can go out and get a pizza every so often. That's basically where I'm at. So, oh, brilliant, bud. Doom to Bloom. You'll be in the Patreon tonight, okay, bud? I'll send you that email. And just to remind everybody, if you are not in the Patreon, or not in the Discord, all you got to do is donate $1 to the Patreon, right? Or more, if you like. Or more, if you like. And then I'll send you the link and you can get into the Discord, where we continue sharing articles and crying about the collapse of our civilization. So, if China experiences another collapse, right? It's not going to go much farther. Like this is China. Like, it's very, very unlikely that this is going to become a state of warlords or any of that kind of stuff because of the institutional power, the structures they've erected. If anything, they'll just lose control of Tibet and Xinjiang, which the West has been trying to foment for years now, right? The Free Tibet movement, we all remember, right? The Xinjiang concentration camps that don't exist, right? Meanwhile, there's literally ICE detention centers all the way along the border here. Like, we are... And what's really interesting, this is the reason why I think the timing of this particular collapse is going to be so interesting, is because we as a species are just now entering a new era of technology. That the technology does play. that the power of the technology that we have, we are just even now beginning to understand. We've got a real Pandora's box situation happening here, where the first major advancements of humanity was fire, right? And the human groups that had a mastery of fire are the ones that gained control. And then throughout human history, whenever there were any kind of conflicts of any sort, it was always the one that had technological mastery that went on to the next level. And so now we're entering a new phase of technology, computing. Quantum computing is actually quite massive, right? A green energy, renewable energy revolution, right? Fusion power, fission power, these sorts of things that are actually being seriously pursued by the Chinese government, unlike the American government for the last 40, 50 years. And at this moment, if the American system collapses, which looks inevitable, and literally they're calling for it, like they're literally being like, yep, expect it, right? Well, if that collapse occurs right now, that's going to put them into a kind of stasis. And we here in the West are using all of our technology to just become more effective salesmen, right? That we're not using our technology in order to improve the society or do cool things or build projects or do anything to actually improve the world around us so that the next generation can come in and utilize these cool things that we've built. We're literally using all of our technological power so that you can get really targeted YouTube videos. So that you can be like, oh, wow, I do need a thing that tickles my neck every time I fart, right? Like, literally what we're doing is we're just using all our technology to essentially create more effective infomercials for you. So that if somebody's like the algorithm, like right now, it's looking right at me, right? The algorithm's looking right at me. And it goes, man, John's coughing a lot. I should start showing him videos of the most effective cough drops and the most effective cough remedies. And that's literally what we do in the West. We're just a culture of salesmen. And everybody has to sell themselves. And there's no such thing as institutional power or institutional force. Right? And they tell you so. And they'll literally fund people. They'll give millions of dollars to people in order to remind you, no one's coming to help you. You got to do it yourself. And if you can't do it yourself, then you're a loser. Right? That's the message. That's the message. And so, message received. Meanwhile, right, while we're doing that bullshit here in the West, just being a culture of salespeople pilfering the corpse of what used to be America, China's over there being like, yeah, maybe we could build a fission reactor that burns hotter than the sun. You know what? We should build a computer that's 10 times faster than every other computer. Yeah. You know what we should do is we should create a modern military based on quantum computing that actually has computing systems that operate at 10 times the speed of anything the Americans can shoot at us. So that if they shoot a bunch of rockets, we can literally hack the rocket while it's in the air and then just blow it up while it's in the air. Like, that's not some fucking cyberpunk shit. That's the United States military's assessment of the Chinese. And the reason why there's this big, like, pound the drum, we gotta go on China right now, is because the assessment of the United States military and the Pentagon is that if they don't move on China militarily now, in 10, 20 years, they're simply not going to be able to. Because while we're over here jerking ourselves off about like, oh, I got an extra soft blanket. Look at this, honey. This vehicle has a heater. This side can be cold and this side can be warm. Like, that's the dumb bullshit we're concerned about. Meanwhile, China's being like, yeah, I think we can put a base on the moon. You know, I bet you that if we put a bunch of solar panels on the moon, we could power a base with it and do like a whole hydroponics thing and then send down a whole bunch of shit to China. These are their literal plans, by the way. This is literally what they're planning. We're sitting here being like, Elon, please get us to Mars. I think that if we do an indentured servitude, we could send people to Mars and but oh, by the way, we're just gonna destroy this planet before. Like, we're gonna destroy this planet in order to get to another planet. But don't worry, guys, we'll definitely be able to terraform Mars while failing to terraform the planet that literally created a garden. That was literally a garden before we even got here. Like, you know that scene in The Simpsons where Sideshow Bob steps on a rake and it bongs up into his face and he goes, ugh. And then he turns and another rake and he goes, ugh. And then they zoom out and it's literally like a field full of rakes. And he's just constantly turning and just getting face planted by another rake and another rake and another rake. That's what it feels like looking at America right now. Just like a guy that cannot seem to figure out how to not get a fucking rake in the face at every possible turn. And as the Americans and as the West goes into this rapid decline, and it's going to be really fast, guys. Like, I can't help but restate this. Restate this, like, hard reality that people don't seem to recognize. That it's going to be a very rapid decline. That there are going to be those of us who are going to be looking around going like, well, thank God I've got a job. Like, if we go into this rapid decline and I simply have employment, I'm going to be happy. That's where I'm at. And that's where I think millions of people are going to be at. That right now I'm reading articles that are saying 60% of Canadians are struggling to get the basic necessities. Well, we're going to be reading articles saying 30% of Canadians are homeless. 30% of Canadians can't afford the bills. Straight up. Just can't afford it at all. And the death cult's going to do the same thing. Those people just need to work harder. They need to grab hold. Those people just need to grab hold of the Chaos Dragon. Find it in their heart. I dream a dream of dreams gone by. The brain drain is going to flow eastward. If the nukes don't do us in first, this would be a coup de grace. China, and by extension Asia, will return to being the world's center of learning. I mean, it's very difficult for me to see how this goes any other way. Right? Like, America's going to collapse. And what's left?
Here we go for today's number. It's November 8th,
Here we go for today's
2022.
All right. I just saw we had 9 people in the chat. I expect 9
Each
numbers.
ball
God
has
damn
a
it.
number.
God damn it.
Numbers 1 through
I expect
10.
each and every one of you. Put a number out there.
Swirl the numbers.
Swirl the numbers. I'm in for a 9. I just said the word 9 like several times.
Pick a
I'm
number.
going to do a 9. 3 people? Come on.
Today's number
Only
is
3 participants. Another
10.
10. It was a 10 yesterday, wasn't it? Was it a 10 yesterday? I think it was a 1 yesterday, actually. I seem to remember everybody being like, we're number 1. Hold on, let's find out. It's 10. Oh, it's an 8? Shows what I fucking know. Shows what I fucking know. Oh, unless the 0 represents 10. That's right. The 0 represents 10. So it was a 1 yesterday. It's just that is not funny. They did that to fuck me up perfectly. Well, we're all losers. Congratulations. We're all losers together. A lot of lurkers today. A lot of lurkers today. Sometimes I feel like I'm just fucking repeating myself. I worry about that. I worry that you guys are like, he's on this shit again. Well, I'm gonna go do something else. Get the fuck out of here. Are you having the chat? Nah, bud, that's fine. Here's an article that I wanted to go through, and I might as well because we're on the subject, right? Here's the New York Times, okay? This is the heart of darkness. This is like the center of the imperial core, talking about China. And listen to the way they're talking about it. Listen to sort of the detached narcissism that we're seeing and that we're hearing, right? China's business elites see the country that let them thrive slipping away. Like, just listen to that fucking headline again. China's business elite see the country that let them thrive, America, or China, slipping away. The business class, which shunned politics, it didn't shun politics, it was excluded from politics, because the Chinese understand that capitalists are corrupt and see the integration of capitalism into political power as corruption, correctly, by the way, is now questioning if there is still a place in it, in a system dominated by one ruler, Xi Jinping. Like, there's just so much to unpack with this, right? Like, it's just like word by word, they're just showing how little they actually know about the subject that they're talking about, and how foreign, how just absolutely like that the crazy Chinese is. Like, they literally don't understand what is happening in China. For decades, China's business class, and it pays to remember that as far as America is concerned, China's business class is the rightful owners, right? That it pays to remember this, that when Americans and Westerners say business class, that's what they are referring to as the ownership class. That they look at the Chinese billionaires like Jack Ma, like the billionaires that are in China, and they're going, well, those are the owners, clearly, obviously. Those are the ones that have the most money. How come they're not just dominating the place with the capital that they have, right? And it's because, the reason why they can't is because the Chinese political system has systemically disallowed it. It has expressed very clearly that capitalist owners integrating themselves into the structures of power is what is known as corruption. Xi Jinping was elected, because they have elections, on a platform of routing out corruption, of getting corruption out of the system, i.e., of looking at the billionaire class and looking at the wealthy people within China and pushing them out of the political system on purpose. And now here we have the New York Times, the business class, which shunned politics, is now questioning if there's still a place for it in a system dominated by one ruler, Xi Jinping. Like, literally get the fuck out, billionaires. Go the fuck away. What would happen if the Chinese billionaires suddenly disappeared? Everyone's life would improve. For decades, China's business class had an unspoken contract with the Communist Party. Let us make money, and we'll turn a blind eye to how you use your power. You see how the narrative is? That it's the Chinese business class that's the hero of the American narrative about China. That the unspoken contract with the Communist Party is, you let us make money and we'll allow you to use your power. That's literally what they're saying right here. But what's so fucking deluded about this is that, first of all, it's not an unspoken contract. The Chinese Communist Party has literally wrote dissertations on this, and is literally and has been expressly open and has expressed very openly that we'll let some people be rich first. Right? That's Deng's famous statement. Let some people be rich first. So it's not that the business class is allowing the by the virtue of its holiness, right? Or just like, well, they're letting us make money, so we'll leave them alone, right? Good evening to Ban Better. Like most Chinese people, they bought into the party's argument that its one-party rule provides more effective governance. Like, again, there are many parties in the National People's Congress. It's an electoral system. The structure of the National People's Congress is closer to an academia than we're used to, because the Chinese don't believe in the idea that you should just win a popularity contest and then be the president. Like, what a fucking stupid idea. Now the tacit agreement that entrepreneurs had come to count on is dissolving in front of their eyes, which is the plan, which was always the plan, right? The Chinese Communist Party was very explicit about this. Like, just read their shit. Like, these guys are illiterate. Like, they're illiterate. They don't read, they don't know anything. They don't know anything. Like, literally the leaders of China were like, yeah, we'll let foreign capital come in. We'll erect a bunch of institutions. We'll have some private systems. Most of the economy will still be state-run. We'll still have a planned economy. But we'll also allow a little bit of free market economy, right, to the degree that it'll work. But it'll eventually collapse, right? Because that's what capitalists do. They monopolize and it'll eventually collapse, which we anticipate and expect, because that's what you do, because we have a planned economy. And eventually we'll just start to level things out. Right? So we'll have like the hoard of gold, and instead of allowing the hoard of gold to exist, we'll just level it out, which is what they're doing. And now here's the New York Times bitching about it because they're babies. Now the tacit agreement that entrepreneurs had come to count on is dissolving in front of their eyes. China's leader, the dictatorship, Xi Jinping, used an important Communist Party Congress last month to establish near absolute power and make it clear that security will trump the economy as the nation's priority. I mean, given that America is essentially declaring war on China, right? Has essentially declared war on China, has literally told the world that its objective is to destroy China for very obvious reasons. Very obvious reasons that are apparent and obvious to anyone with eyes to see them. I'm going to bookmark this, by the way. It's an important one. Yeah, security. Because the Chinese understand, unlike America, when Americans say the economy, they literally are talking about fake, made-up bullshit on a screen somewhere for the benefit of a couple of detached, narcissistic psychopaths. That's what's called the economy here in the West. In China, the Chinese understand that the economy is actually the people. That people are actually your economy. Not fake numbers on a screen somewhere. Not the financial sector, not Wall Street, not the stock market. Right? Not all the made-up edifices, not the little paper trail, not any of that. It's literally people. Literally people. That's why when America goes into a population decline, it's an economic disaster. Like a disaster. One of the worst economic disasters. As bad as the plague. Like as bad as the fucking plague. Like that's how enormously bad it is. I cannot overstate how horrible this is. Like I feel like it's such a buried headline in our society right now. Like the trajectory of growth, of population growth in human history is a straight line that goes upwards all the time, never ending ceaselessly. The only time that it experienced a dip downwards, and the dip downwards was like a little tiny dip downwards, was literally the plague. Literally the plague. That the line went up even during world wars. That population, to actually experience massive population declines to the degree that it actually registers on the line going upwards in the global populace, is an enormous explosion of fruit flavor. And the Americans have achieved it. And yet are standing around saying, the Chinese are really more concerned about security when we brandish nukes in front of their face instead of the fake numbers that we've got. Like, and this is the New York fucking Times. The beating heart of the imperial core. My last lingering hope was dashed, said the founder of an asset management firm. So literally just some like fucking hedge fund loser who doesn't actually have a job. His job is just to like keep other people's jobs in a little packet and then like plant little bombs in it and sell it to other people and laugh while you take their money like they did in 2008. Said the founder of an asset management firm in the southern city of Shenzhou, who contacted me hours after the Congress ended. Totally finished. Completely lost control and absolutely terrifying. Gotta tell you, if an asset management firm is talking this way, I'm happy. We're winning. Totally finished, completely lost control, absolutely terrifying. A tech entrepreneur in Beijing texted me after seeing the party's new leadership lineup, which is packed with Mr. Xi's acolytes. Like many Chinese, they fully expected Mr. Xi to secure a third term. Breaking the norm followed since the 1930s. Since the 1980s, rather. They always say this. Right? He secured a third term, breaking the norm. Forget about the fact that you're literally brandishing nuclear bombs. They're building nuclear submarines in the South China Sea, right? Did we all forget about Oxus? Did we all forget? Looks like we're literally building nuclear submarines in the South China Sea, right? With the help of the Australians. Those are just decorative. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What, you think China's just like, oh, they're building submarines that can hold nukes and are called nuclear submarines. Normal. Like, what's wrong with your fucking brain? Once again, the media just omitting reality and omitting facts from the conversation, which is why you're here. Keep doing it, mainstream media. Keep pretending like facts don't exist. Drive people away from you. Over here. Let's go, Brandon. Still, they held on to the hope that his dominance would be tempered by other power factions within the party. Mr. Xi's sweeping victory by pushing out perceived moderates in favor of loyalists. Like, again, by pushing out perceived moderates in favor of loyalists. Xi Jinping literally went after people in his own faction for their connections to billionaires like Jack Ma. That his anti-corruption pursuit to get the capitalists out of the system included his inner circle. Like, this narrative, so how is Xi winning a sweeping victory if he's only surrounding himself by loyalists? Like, which one is it? That he's an insular group, a tiny group, but also has mass appeal. Like, which is it? Fascists who want it both ways, as always. Made it clear that it would be a one-man rule system that could last for decades. That's just a nice little wank, right? That's just like a nice little wank. Forget about the war that the Americans are perpetrating, right? China's last leader as powerful as Mr. Xi, 69, nice. Congratulations, Mr. Xi, was Mao Zedong, who led the country into the Great Famine. And the Cultural Revolution. I love that they're bringing up the fucking Great Famine. Yeah, let's just bring up events that didn't happen, right? and the Cultural Revolution, which resulted in tens of millions of deaths, social destruction. Yeah, I love it, right? Does this look like economic destruction to you? Does this look like economic destruction to you? Right? Like, imagine if what they were claiming about what happened under Mao Zedong was real. Like, why are they a threat then? But the opponent is both weak and strong, right? That's the fascist position, that the opponent is both weak and strong. There was starvation, but it numbered in the hundreds of thousands, not tens of millions. I mean, I'm sure that there was a famine. Just like the Dust Bowl in America happened. Like, famines exist. They are real, right? But like, where's the refugee crisis? Where's the commentators during that period of time? Where's the evidence? Where's the photographs? Where's the people actually talking about having seen it? Doesn't exist. Why not? Because it didn't fucking happen. And if it did happen, it's literally like, man, I'm feeling a little hungry. Not, we've got to flee this area because we're all dying. Ugh. Last month's party congress jolted the Chinese business world. Sorry, before moving on, I got to say, the fact that they're clinging hold of this Nazi propaganda tells you how unserious we are. Like, instead of attempting to look at China and say, wow, they're having a lot of successes. Wow, they're really going along. Like, how do they do that? How are they making that happen? We better figure that out, right? If we want to compete, right? If we want to innovate, right? Wow, these guys really spiked up real quick, right? The Chinese came out of fucking nowhere. Oh shit. Literally go from like being the sick man of Asia to just like explosion of fruit flavor. Literally in 20 years, go from this to this. Just holy fuck. The wise thing to do would be to be like, okay, how'd they do that? Seriously, fuck your Nazi propaganda bullshit. How'd they do it? But we're just going to say this again. So not only are we going to go into this massive decline, we're going to do it as deluded babies who are not interested in what is real. Very straightforwardly. Very straightforwardly. Last month's party congress jolted the Chinese business world with uncertainty. Fantastic. Fuck the capitalists. Fuck them. If all of the capitalists suddenly were struck down by like a Death Note style experience, China would continue growing, probably faster. It was seen publicly in the immediate market response. Oh no, the fucking market. China's stocks plunged. Who gives a fuck? Rich people feelings went down. And its currency, the renminbi, fell in value. So the Chinese fucking devalue their currency on purpose. Right? Again, how's the quality of life of the citizenry working out? Are people happy? Are people well fed? Right? Americans don't give a shit about that. Chinese are barely people to us. I am hearing it in the voices and messages of the many business people, fascists, I have spoken to in recent weeks who repeatedly call their reaction a political depression. Yeah, they're trying to kill the capitalist class. Good for them. They are not displaying their anxiety in public, unlike a young demonstrator I wrote about in my last column. All the business people I interviewed for this article, like the natural ruling class of China, the business people who should seize control, right? That's the position. Requested anonymity for fear of punishment by the authorities. Yeah, like they're trying to purge the Nazis from their ranks, right? But they are expressing dissent in their own way, pledging to withhold further investment in China, or even contemplating leaving their country for another that would exchange a passport for their wealth. Like, leave. Just get the fuck out. Like, sell all your assets. Like, this is the great embarrassment of this narrative that comes out of the billionaire class, where they actually say out loud, well, if you do that, then we'll just leave. And we're all supposed to go, oh no, they'll leave. Oh no, what will we ever do without the billionaires? And no one's going, so you're going to sell all your assets, you're going to revoke all your privileges, you're going to decline your citizenship, you're gonna give away your businesses, sever all ties, and go move to what, Moldova? Shut up. It's essentially the same thing they're saying. Oh, we're going to withhold our investment. Yeah, a little too late there, Champy. Like a little too late there. Like, honestly, like these guys are walking around pretending like they are the economy, and they're not. They're just the childish boobs. And what's so embarrassing for them is that the Chinese government is like, yeah, you guys are just fucking boobs. Like, we assume that you're going to collapse whatever system you touch and pilfer as much as you can, right? That's the assumption. That's why we literally execute billionaires on the regular, because you guys keep doing it. You seem incapable of not doing it, right? It's not enough for you to have billions of dollars and be wealthy. You also have to be like pedophilic psychos, right? So we got to fucking get rid of you. And now that we're moving into a period of war where we need to consolidate power to avoid just being absolutely ramrodded by the Americans, you guys are crying about it. Like, that's basically what I'm watching here. The party under Mr. Xi has taken control of nearly every aspect of society because one man can control 1 billion people. Like, this is how fucking dumb these guys are. Costing Chinese people agency over their destinies. Like, the very idea of having a government that responds to the needs of the people is offensive to Western fascists. Members of the business class, the appropriate ruling class of China, according to the fascists, right? Especially those working at the top of the technology sector, the true gods, right? Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, the people who we should be constantly jerking off and rim jobbing wherever they fucking go. Who operated with relatively few restrictions until a few years ago, have taken it especially hard. Children are pouting because they have to deal with rules. We used to not have so many rules, but now we've got rules. Authoritarianism. Like, that's just fucking cry harder. These tech entrepreneurs mostly grew up in the age of economism, when money-making, economic principles, and economic rationality trumped everything else. Right? I'm going to read this again. These tech entrepreneurs mostly grew up in the age of economism, when money-making, economic principles, and economic rationality, neoliberalism, trumped everything else. Right? They like literally forget about morality, ethics, giving a fuck about anything else. Money. Money-making, economic principles, economic rationality. So hang babies out of windows if it makes $1. Fund Jeffrey Epstein pedophile island, right? Nothing else matters. Well, turns out that there's a force in the world that actually thinks that maybe something else does matter, right? And if it's at the expense of these psychos, fantastic. Said wow, what an interesting name. Minskin Pei, professor of government at Claremont McKenna College in California. Now they see the regime, always with this, puts politics in command. Oh, that politics, right? That it's responding to the demands of the populace, and it's doing so at the expense of the psychopath class. For them, this is incomprehensible. Oh no! I have to care about people? I have to care about the needs of the populace? I'm not treated like the prince god king that I truly am because I managed to exploit the working class for profit? What? In the past decade, Mr. Xi's economic thinking can be summed up like this. Bigger roles for the state, smaller roles for the market. He left the private sector largely alone in his first term, when he was busy consolidating his power within the party and the military, getting prepared for the war that the Americans were planning. In his second term, which began in 2017, Mr. Xi kept private enterprises on a much tighter leash. Yeah, he didn't want the CIA sending in literal spies, right, in order to try to disrupt their plans to defend themselves from the Americans. Like, I don't know why we're pretending like anything else is happening, New York Times. The government cracked down on businesses, sending some of the country's most successful business people into early retirement or self-imposed exile. Fantastic. Fuck these capitalists. China's harsh zero COVID policy has left the economy in the worst shape in decades. And again, the economy here is the fake numbers that exist on a screen somewhere for billionaires. Oh, I can't get more fake dollars from my palace mansion while doing nothing of value whatsoever. No, the economy is so bad right now. People should be dying more. We should make sure there are more people dying so I can get more fake dollar money. Can I get more fake money dollars? Like, that's literally what we're doing here. Like, this literally what they're saying. To your face. Unironically. Like, unironically. This isn't satire. They're not writing a satirical article here. They're saying China's harsh zero COVID policy. So we want to make sure Chinese citizens, you know, the actual economy, don't die. Right? But that's left the economy, right? The fake rich people money dollars in the worst shape in decades. Who gives a fuck? Go fuck yourselves. To China, to Chinese in the business elite, you know, the proper ruling class, as far as America's concerned, right? The Mark Zuckerbergs and the Bezoses and these people, right? To the Chinese business elite, who grew accustomed to the privilege and attention their success brought, right? They've had their balls coddled their whole lives. They've never done anything meaningful in their lives. They're grown baby men, right? The big boss, as many of them refer to Mr. Xi, doesn't care about their stupid, fucking worthless fake money dollars, or what they call the economy, or people like them. In his opening address at the party Congress, Mr. Xi mentioned security 52 times, Marxism 15 times, and markets 3 times. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that a culture that is preparing for being attacked by a raving group of lunatics and psychopaths is definitely going to be concerned about security, right? That if you want them to be less concerned about security, maybe stop publishing articles about how you would try to destroy them. Did you know that the Chinese government can read? Did you know that the people who work in the Chinese government are capable of reading? Guys, for those of you who might not know what I'm alluding to, perhaps you're someone like Molly, who joined in the early, who probably isn't still here, but Molly, if you're out there, hey, I remember you, right? Thinking through the unthinkable. There it is. War with China, thinking through the unthinkable. Yay! Published in 2016. A synopsis about how we would go to war with China that comes out of the Rand Corporation, the Pentagon, that they released publicly. That anyone can read. That anyone can look at and be like, oh, what's the Pentagon think about how to destroy China? Did you guys know that the Chinese can read? Did you know? Because I don't think the Americans know, you guys. I don't think the Americans know. Liga disease, absolutely, yeah. China existing equal bad. I love your commentary, dude. China do capitalism equal bad. China not do capitalism equal also bad. China existing equal bad. Yeah, inconceivable. And then Content, I love you. God damn, fuck this article. I hope China goes full fat commie and televises the fucking executions. Let the Yankees watch. I don't know, man. Televise? Like, come on. Televise? I don't know if I'm down for that. I'm kind of on the fence about it. Anyway, there's no question about the shift. I gotta tell you, I'm having a great time going through this article. Fuck this article, right? Fuck the New York Times. Fuck the people. Like, can you imagine being an editor and just being like, yeah, this is a great article. This is gonna really change some hearts and minds. We definitely look like we're intelligent people who are serious. We're definitely serious people. Definitely serious reporters here. Yeah. Yeah. Sir, your meeting with the CIA is starting. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta go talk to the CIA. There's no question about the shift both in political rhetoric and in action and in also the appointment of the team, said Professor Pei, who said he believed that Mr. Xi's leadership lineup showed that he did not value expertise in managing a market-oriented economy. So, like, they're heading into a war. They're building a war economy. Like, do we need to say it more explicitly? They're building a war economy. Markets do not do well during periods of war. Do you know what happens in markets during periods of war? Do you know how anybody, anyone in the room, anybody at all, what do markets do during periods of conflict or stress? Well, we know exactly what they do. We saw it firsthand during COVID. COVID started, how did the markets respond? By hoarding resources. By grabbing as many resources as they could and hoarding them for themselves and being like, I've got all the toilet paper. Toilet paper's all mine. Ha ha, you want some toilet paper? It'll be $35 a roll. That's literally how markets respond. And so Xi Jinping and the Communist Party is going, yeah, we're just not going to let the markets do that during a period of war. And during this period of war that we're entering into, we're probably going to be more interested in state programs like rationing, right? We're probably going to be more interested in allowing people to have access to resources and not having prices get hyperinflated because of psychopathic capitalists hoarding resources on the market, which is what we should expect, right? See, Americans are illiterate, including the leadership, right? Especially the leadership, and they don't understand the system that they live in. The Chinese and the Chinese government is literate. That when they talk about Marxism, it's because they've read the material. They've done the assignment. That the structure of the system, the National People's Congress, is like an academy. That you ascend through the ranks of this academy as you are learning and being taught and then practicing at the idea of communism. China calls itself socialist with Chinese characteristics. It has not yet achieved communism. But it's trying to, by creating an academic system that it can ascend and go up. Training itself, going out in practice, making errors, learning from those mistakes. Instead of our system of government, which is, I ran the election, so now I'm the president of Texas. I'm going to write a law that says that queers aren't people no longer. That's our system. Like, our system is literally win one election, right? So get as much money as you can under the pro-oil candidate, win one election, and then you get to write all the laws. Right? Which one of these two systems do you think has more stability? Which one of these two do you think? That makes the business community anxious. Fantastic. Under Mr. Xi, the ability of China's bureaucracy to dictate to the public has increased, while its ability to govern has decreased. So once again, we literally got it both ways, right? Like, so it's able to dictate to the public, but it doesn't govern. Well, which is it? Like, which is it? Like, what does that even mean? For real, what does that even mean? When the ability to govern decreases, even the absence of any particular policy from the top, the ineptitude, brutality, and ignorance of lower-level officials will brew disasters for the common people they rule over. Said Mr. This just sounds like, this sounds like Nazi propaganda. That's what that sounds like. Just sounds like the same shit they said about the Soviets. Sounds like the same shit they're saying about any communist project. Communism's never been successful. That's why we spend billions of dollars to have the CIA overthrow their government. Who's a senior research scholar? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about this guy. Many business people have lost a lot of money under zero COVID, which has shuttered cities and locked millions of people in their homes for weeks at a time as the government seeks to eliminate the coronavirus. So, to reframe that, many business people didn't get to kill millions of people for fake dollars. Under the leadership of this dictator, here it is, we did it, swish! I feel like we should have a bingo scorecard, right? Shouldn't we? When we read these kinds of articles, we should have a bingo scorecard, don't you think? Right? What would be on it? Right? Mao Zedong, 100 million dead, right? Great famine, right? That would definitely be on it. Dictator, gotta be on it. Gotta be on it, dictator. I feel like China actually capitalist, right? China's actually capitalist, right? That's gotta be on it. What else? There's a ton more. Anyway, moving on. Under the leadership of this dictator who was elected. Even the article says that he was elected, but he's a dictator. Okay. Our great country is falling into an abyss. No, bro, you're falling into an abyss. Your country is doing great. Said a hardware tech executive in Shenzhen, but you can't do anything about it. It pains and depresses me. I can't wantonly murder millions of people for fake money dollars. Despite many conversations over the years, we never talked about politics. I was surprised when he called me after the party congress to talk about his political depression. He said he used to be very nationalistic, believing that the Chinese were among the smartest and hardest-working people in the world, which they are. Right? Smart enough to know that they don't need these capitalists, and hardworking enough to understand that they're doing work while the capitalists can go get fucked. Like, capitalists don't work. What are you talking about? Now he and many of his friends spend most of their time hiking, golfing, and drinking. We're too depressed to work. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Listen to these guys. Listen to these guys. Listen to these fucking guys. Now he and many of his friends spend most of their time hiking, golfing, and drinking. Oh, poor little baby. You don't get to kill millions of people for your psychopathic ambitions? Oh, we're too depressed. So we're just going to go hiking and golf and drink. I would love to be able to just go hiking and golfing and drinking, you fucking assholes. I would love that. Are you goddamn kidding me? That your big sad, like the big sad that you're putting out there, that we're all supposed to be like, oh, the poor psychopathic capitalist. The big sad that you're putting out there is that you gotta spend all your time enjoying life. Oh, wow, these people are psychos. John, you're right. They shouldn't invite the Yankees to watch. They should make them. Matter of fact, black sack a libertarian and force that person to be the execution. Brutal. Cotton, you're going real black, dude. You're going real dark. We're taking this straight down like the Gulag Hall. Like, here we go. Oh my God. We here at the Canadian Commie do not support acts of violence against human beings. Capitalists are not human beings. So, until a year ago, his startup was doing so well that he was planning to take it public. Then he lost a big chunk of his revenues, and his new hire sat idly with nothing to do when cities were locked down under the zero COVID rules. He said now he had no choice but to lay off more than 100 people, sell his business, and move his family to North America. Oh. Since the dark night has descended, he said. Listen to how fucking losery this guy, like literally, like, since the dark night has descended, I'll deal with it in the dark night way. What is this guy, fucking Batman? Is this guy gonna like put on an outfit? I'm gonna put on the cowl of justice and go fight the communists in the alleys and in the streets. Because I am the night and the dark night will have his way. Like, fuck you, dude. Grow up. Grow up. Like, sorry your fucking business didn't pan out. Like, sorry your fucking ambition to kill a bunch of people so that you could have your little tech business didn't work out in China, right? And that you had to sell your business, make a whole fucking... I bet you made $1 million selling your business and moved your family to a place that'll let you exploit people, right? Like, fucking grow up, you little baby. The tech entrepreneur from Beijing who texted me after the party congress recounted a chilling experience. In May, when there were rumors that Beijing would be locked down, he felt he could not tell his employees to leave work early and stock up on groceries. He was worried that he could be reported for spreading rumors, something that had gotten people detained by the police. I love that they're talking about this as if the CIA doesn't exist, and as if the tech bros that exist in China are not in bed with the CIA in order to spread exactly this type of shit. As if color revolutions don't exist, as if this kind of shit is like banal and that people should absolutely be allowed to spread false propaganda into the society. Like, you see how well that's working for America, right? He told them only they should feel free to leave early if they had things to take care of. So this is the chilling experience. The chilling experience is he felt he could not tell his employees to leave work early and stock up on groceries, but instead he told them that they should feel free to leave early if they had things to take care of. Chilling. Did you feel it? I felt the specter of communism crawl up my spine. I felt its icy hand. A tech bro was forced to tell his people that they should be free to leave early if they had things to take care of. Like, shut up. Shut up. This is so goddamn childishly embarrassing. Like, and I love that they publish this shit thinking that people are going to read it and be like, oh my goodness. This successful businessman, so he's a successful businessman that I'm supposed to feel bad for. I don't know why. Like, fuck this guy. I don't care. If this guy fell down a manhole, I'd be like, yeah, great. One less capitalist is now applying to emigrate to a European country and the United States. Great. Selling his assets, like they said he did, and leaving, thereby improving the country. Just like many ordinary Chinese... I love this, dude. I love this, man. Listen to this fucking turnaround. It's so great. Just like many ordinary Chinese people, the executives I spoke to, like, just like many poor people who live in the street, the billionaires I spoke to. Shut up. Like, fuck you. Get the fuck right out of here with this. The ordinary Chinese people do not think like these sycophantic billionaires, right? The executives I spoke to said they were horrified by the video of Hu Jintao, Mr. Xi's predecessor. Oh my god, are they really doing this? Is this actually happening, you guys? Oh no. I didn't think it was going to be like this. I genuinely didn't think we were going to be like, we were going to actually be this fucking childish. Mr. Xi, horrified by the video of Hu Jintao, Mr. Xi's predecessor as China's top leader, being abruptly led out of the closing ceremony of the party congress. They did not accept the official government explanation that Mr. Hu had to leave early because of health issues. If Mr. Xi could remove his predecessor like that, several of them said, he could do anything to anyone. Is this the video? I hope it is. This is what they're fucking talking about. This is the baby brain. Yeah, here it is. What? Ah, fuck. You know what? Fuck you. Fuck. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. I have powers. I have mystical, magical powers to be able to sidestep their capitalist bullshit. Here we go. What happened to Hu Jintao? Oh my god, they published like a whole fucking article about it. Holy fucking shit, are you serious, dude? Holy goddamn shit, dude. They published a whole That's it. That's it. It's 9 o'clock. I'm doing this article too. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Holy shit, are you serious? I didn't realize that we were gonna do this, guys. I didn't realize that we were gonna be this fucking baby brained. Like this is next level shit. This is it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Literally, here's the story that they're talking about, right? Hu Jintao, right, is old. Right? He's old. How old is this guy? Hu Jintao. I bet the article itself says so. Right? Mr. Hu. Do they even say how old this guy is? 79. Right? 79. He's 79. You ever seen a 79-year-old? Right? See, the trouble is that in America, we let demented old men run the country. In China, when old men are having trouble, they try to help them, and they don't let them run the fucking country. And like, it's not like there was a crucial vote. It's not like this was like a swing vote or something. Like, what's the actual fucking controversy here? Oh my god, we're definitely doing it. Okay. We gotta finish this article. We're at the end of this article, and then I'm going right into this other article. Because this is gonna be like some... Oh, it's gonna be pristine, guys. It's gonna be pristine. It's gonna be just like the num. Oh, num. It's gonna be the absolute most fear-mongery bullshit. Because that's all it can be. Right? Maybe they'll have information about who is who or whatever, but there is definitely going to be just like, and the dark night will descend upon us, and the Chinese will be the Chinese. A well-connected investor in Beijing said his friends who were entrepreneurs now realized they could no longer remain indifferent to politics. Like, fuck you. That's what's like, you're capitalists. The system is designed to exclude you on purpose. There's been, like, entire generations have gone by of leadership saying, we got to make sure these capitalists don't come into the political system. And now you're sitting there being like, why are these guys treating us so bad? Because fuck you, that's why. Fucking idiots. At social gatherings, they have started discussing which countries to seek passports from and how to move their assets offshore. Great. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Improve your country. Improve China. At social gatherings, hosts are asking friends to surrender their phones to be kept in a separate place for fear of surveillance. I mean, yeah, like phones are surveillance devices. We all know that's true. After the party congress, most people in the investors' circle expect that they will be forced to pay more in taxes. Oh no! Or expected to donate more money to universities and other state-backed charities. Oh no! I'm gonna have to use my resources to help people? Oh, you'll never believe it! The Chinese government, they're coming down with their authoritarianism and their terribleness, and they're telling us that we gotta use our billions of dollars instead of building a Jeffrey Epstein pedophile sex island. We gotta help people. Shut up. Like, fuck you. Fuck all of these people. Fuck. And then they end up by saying they are not planning to make any big investments. So they are not planning to make any big investments. So the government is going to raise taxes on them and force them to spend their money. They're not letting us hoard our money in a corner and sit on it like a giant dragon. Authoritarianism is what it is. It's authoritarianism is what it is. I'm going to leave. I'm getting out of here. I'm going somewhere else. I love this article. We are all anxious, he said. We're at a loss of what to do at this historical crossroad. My advice. Okay? My advice. Okay? I'm gonna give you the nice advice. Like the good Christian advice. Right? Give your money to the poor. Shut your mouth. Accept that your life is full of privilege and wealth. You got your Bugatti, right? You got your palaces. Like, you did it. You did it. Congratulations. You don't also get to control the destiny of the people of China. You don't also get to control the destiny of the people of China. Right? That there's an entire institution that exists in the society that has responsibility for that. And it's not you. You're rich. You have assets. You've got cars. You got a house. You have businesses. You're fine. Stop being babies. Give your money to the poor. Shut up. That's the nice Christian. The communist in me says all of that, and then says, go die. Go die, go die, I hope that you go die. You made me read this bullshit. I hope you die, I hope you die. We here at the Canadian Commie do not espouse violence against any group of human beings with souls. All right. Usually I'd close it down and move on, but I gotta tell you guys, there's two things going on. Number one, this article. Number two, I gotta wait until 10 o'clock to roll around because I'm gonna go get some booze if I don't. I think it's that simple. I can feel it. I'm just like, the wine rack's still open. I could go get a piece. I don't even work tomorrow. I could go get some wine. Nope. We're not gonna do that. So I'm gonna keep it going. Just specifically to avoid alcohol. This shit does lead me to drinking, though, I gotta tell you. Jesus fucking Christ with this. Jesus fucking Christ with this. Yeah, I know, taxing the rich looking disease. Can you even believe it? Okay, here we go. This is gonna be so good, guys. I'm really looking forward to this. Here we go. We're in this together. Each and every one of you. You're each a beautiful person, and you have so much to give to the world, and I'm so happy that you're here with me. What happened to Hu Jintao? The former Chinese leader was abruptly escorted out of a highly choreographed meeting of the Communist Party elite. Highly choreographed? Obviously it's highly choreographed, you dumb fuck. Like, what, you think that when Joe Biden shows up in front of like a red backdrop with two like soldiers standing behind him, and he goes like, not all Republicans, but there's MAGA Republicans. You think that's not highly choreographed? Fucking God damn you idiots. God, you piss me. You think that when Donald Trump and Joe Biden do the State of the Union address, and after every sentence where they're like, we in America we're gonna say no to Mr. Xi Jinping and his force of communist terrorism, and everybody stands up and goes, yes, Queen. Yes, Queen. You think that that's not highly choreographed? Ooh. Okay. All right. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. And look at this. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 separate authors on this piece. So what we are seeing now from here on forward is the work of 4 dedicated and rigorous scholars. It was the lone disruption in one of the most closely choreographed... Boy, they're twice in like literally 2 sentences. Of course it was choreographed, you dumb fuck. It's a huge political event. Like, oh no, they had event planners, you guys. Dudes, guys, you'll never believe it. The Chinese Communist Party had a political event where all of them got into the same room at the same time. and they planned it. The country's former top leader, Hu Jintao, was suddenly led out of the closing ceremonies of the Chinese Communist Party's twice-a-decade Congress. I'm surprised they didn't throw in another closely choreographed right in there for us. Right? They could have. Was suddenly let out of the closely choreographed closing ceremony of the Chinese Communist Party, twice-a-decade closely choreographed Congress. Right? They could have two more in there. The Congress, closely choreographed, where China's next leaders are anointed. How to tell everyone you're an unserious person. Where China's next leaders are anointed. As if they're like monarchy. As if there's like Jesus Christ. As if the back doors of the hall are gonna open. And a man wearing a big fucking funny hat with a cross on it is going to come out with like a whatever this incense thing is called, going, Deus ega makitu, sebedibigibubu, andi. And then they're all going to stand up and say, Zhizhe, Zhizhe. And then the Pope is going to pull out like the Excalibur sword, which is going to get struck by a lightning bolt. And the holy energy of Zeus's thunderbolt that's thrown from the top of the cathedral will go down, and they will touch the sword gently onto Xi Jinping's forehead. And then Xi Jinping will bend over and kiss the Lamb of Christ upon its head. And then the people of the ceremony will go, he is our leader now. And then Xi Jinping, filled with the energy of Christ and Zeus, will ascend above the clouds and join the Buddha to look down upon the Chineses. And it will be good. Amen. Anointed. Fuck you. Anointed. Eat my dick. Anointed. Right? And everything I just described, does that sound closer to something that would happen in China? Or does that sound like some crazy Western bullshit right there? All right. The Congress is the single most important political event for a ruling party fixated on control. Fuck. Oh, I hate these people so much. Like, I hate them so fucking much. Fuck these people. Like, the reason why I hate these people so much is that they literally can't just look at another country and be like, well, maybe we should talk about it. So hey, everybody, China just had its National Congress where they all come together and make decisions, with one another. Very much how like we do, right? We've got a Congress and a Senate, the Supreme Court makes decisions, and they had a pretty big event, They all got together in their Congress, and here are the decisions they made together, It's really interesting to find out what our neighbors are doing, and maybe we can think about, the successes they're having, and be critical. We're not fools. Maybe they're doing something that we're going, I don't know about that, China. We're gonna go a different way, but if that works out for you, you let us know, and maybe we'll think about it. Because we're good neighbors here. We're good neighbors here. And we want to think well of our neighbors, we really do, If that's how Joe Biden was talking, I'd be like, all right, Joe, all right. Joe's a good man. He's trying, right? But that's not how he's talking. How are they talking, right? The most important political event for a ruling party, fixated on control. Like, shut up. Oh no, the leadership of a country of 1.6 billion people 1.6 billion people in China, or 1.4 billion people, 1 billion people in China, right? Their leadership feels the need every so often to get into a room together and go, so how's it going, everybody? Do we think everything's going okay? What do we think? Should we maybe come? What do you think? Everything's okay? What do you think? Right? Oh no! Fixated on control. The Congress. No, we already did that. The anointed. Oh my fucking God. Every detail, whether it is the outcome of its elections. Excuse me? Listen to this fucking sentence. Every detail, whether it is the outcome of its elections, so just casually declaring China's elections as rigged and fraudulent, right? Is there any evidence of this, right? Source required, right? Source needed, just casually saying that the Chinese elections are all rigged. What the fuck are you even talking about, bro? Like, what an embarrassing thing to say. And this made it hard. An editor presumably read this. It took 4 people to write this, and then an editor presumably read the sentence, every detail, whether it is the outcome of its elections or how servers pour tea, is planned. And went, yeah, that's great. We should for sure publish that in the New York Times. We should definitely, that is a legitimate thing that the Chinese definitely do. Oh, I hate our culture. I hate our culture. I hate our people. I hate what we are. I hate what we are. I hate what we are. Like, just imagine if this was a person living this life and thinking this way of their neighbors. What a small, pathetic, tiny, shitty person they would be. Except it's not a person. It's Western civilization. Holy shit, you guys. Lou, don't get me banned. Don't get me banned. I gotta do it, dude. I'm sorry. Good to see you, by the way, bud. Good to see you. But I gotta not hide the user, but I'm gonna remove that comment, okay, bud? That's how I'm gonna get banned. And if I don't do that, I'm gonna get banned, okay? Don't do that. Nothing unscripted happens. Nothing unscripted is allowed to happen. So we're just creating like a bullshit narrative of like, yeah, of course things are planned, dude. Like, oh no, how servers pour tea. Oh no. And like, you know what real places would call what you just described, right? They'd call that culture. Right? Right? That if your job, right? I serve coffee for a living. I pay my rent serving coffee. Right? And if I was chosen, for whatever fucking reason, to serve coffee to the leadership of the nation that I lived in, I would do a fucking great job of it. And if they said to me, this is how you're going to do it, I'd be like, yes, sir. Abso-fucking-lutely. Whatever you say. Only for some assholes like you to turn around and be like, this is a highly fixated, tightly controlled. Yeah, obviously it is. Like, and sorry, time out. So you're telling me that all of the leadership of the nation, right? All the leadership of the nation is coming together under one big building, and they want things to go well and be controlled. Oh, because no institution is ever concerned about like people blowing up buildings and shit. Like, this is so babyish. And listen to how like elevated they're gonna make this moment. Like, listen to how, like, boom, boom. Like, they're going to take this insignificant moment that occurred and pop it into something that is so beyond the ken of its importance. It's going to be fucking embarrassing. Like, I'm just... okay. Nothing unscripted happens. Nothing unscripted is allowed to happen. Except this year, it did. What is this, a fucking Harry Potter novel? Oh, except this year. Every year Harry Potter lived under his roof and nothing ever changed. Except when it did. Shut up. The roughly 2,000 delegates to the Congress who are concerned about their safety and so probably don't want fucking just people showing up and doing whatever they want to do, right? Had just cast ballots to the party's prestigious Central Committee. So, let's be clear, they had just voted. They had just completed the vote. Right? It wasn't before the vote, it was after the vote. Then two men led Mr. Hu, who appeared reluctant to go, out of Beijing's Great Hall of the People. Gasp. The moment, captured on video by journalists who had been allowed into the hall minutes earlier, prompted questions and wild speculation like this article. Right? Wild speculation. Was Mr. Hu 79 suffering from poor health? Yes. You can see it in the video. Like, he looks uncertain. He doesn't quite know where he is, right? He's 79, bro. He's 79. That's a real number that you can reach if you believe in your heart. Or was he being purged in a dramatic show by China's current leader, Xi Jinping, for the world to see? Like, raving fucking lunatic. Can you imagine if someone was standing in front of you pitching this idea? Yeah, he probably just pooped his pants for a bit. Thanks, Lou. Right? That's probably right. Like, he's probably standing up. Like, he probably sitting there. And then he turns to, like, one of his aides and he goes, I think I had a poopy. And then they, like, come in and they're like, okay, we're going to get you out of here, okay? And he's probably, like, reluctant to go because he's probably like, okay, I don't want to move too fast. I want poopy to go down my leg. Right? No, and no offense to him, okay? Mr. Hu was a fine leader of China. He did a fine job. He's well respected within the party, right? Regarded as a leader by consensus, right? That he ruled by consensus. That's sort of the general tone of his tenure, right? Wow, Westerners care about the former president of China all of a sudden. Yeah, exactly. Dude, like, listen to, like, the shift. Like this is, like, whiplash inducing. Like, I literally just went through this and I'm just like, oh God, my fucking neck. That was a fucking hard turn, bro. Like, I gotta read it again. Was Mr. Hu 79? Thanks for telling us he's 79 right now to really establish how fucking crazed and lunatic you sound like, New York Times. Was Mr. Hu 79 suffering from poor health, as Chinese state media would later report? Or was he being purged in a dramatic show by China's current leader, Xi Jinping, for the world to see? Because God knows that the most effective time to purge a person from the ranks of your party is after they've cast their ballot and already voted. Like, we are an unserious people. We are an unserious people. Like, this is like... This is like Bat Boy shit. This is like National Enquirer, like, new tales of the Bat Boy. Like, that's what this is. That's what this looks like. That's what this is reading like. This does not look serious. This does not sound serious. And the fact that an editor read this and was like, Yeah, publish this. This'll make good press. Tells you how fucking unserious we are as a people. The only thing that you should take seriously about Americans is that we have a fucking military that'll blow the shit out of you. That's the only thing that you should take seriously about America. This was an astonishing episode. Even during the Mao period, and Mao killed 100 million people with his bare hands. You didn't see a dramatic disruption of the Congress like this, said unserious commentator Victor Shi, a specialist in Chinese policy at the University of California at San Diego. So, as far as I'm concerned, the University of California is an unserious institution. That if I see, oh, University of California, fold that up, put that away, goodbye. Like Fraser Institute, don't need to pay any attention to the University of California anymore. Like, in what world is this an astonishing episode? Right? In what universe are you fucking living in where helping an old man after he's cast a ballot at the end of the ceremonies out of his chair and being like, okay, buddy, let's go. Let's go, buddy. We're here to help you out, buddy. Come on. Come on. What's astonishing about this? I think, you know why it's astonishing to Americans? Because they didn't just let the old man fall into senility. They didn't just push him into a corner. They didn't just ignore him. They actually were helping him and trying to lead him out with some dignity. Right? I think that's what's so astonishing to these fucking commentators, that they're like, they actually treated him like a person and a human being. Don't they know that old people, don't they have a maid system in China? Just kill this guy off already, Jesus Christ. Like, ay. CIA instigated riots in Tibet in 2008, happened when he was leader. Yeah, this is the guy they're concerned over now, yeah. The world may never know the answer, given the utter secrecy around China's high politics. Like, of course there's utter secrecy, dude. Like, they're worried about the CIA. But a deconstruction of video footage provides additional details and context about the much scrutinized moment. You're literally the people doing the scrutiny. You sound like deranged lunatics. Like, you sound like you have a mental illness. Seek professional help. You know what? It's probably way more scummy than that. That's actually a cop-out. If they actually had a mental illness, I would be like, you got a mental illness. Man, we shouldn't watch this. Like, this is the deranged lunatic rambling of a crazed person who just needs some help, right? No. They're doing this for money. They're scrutinizing the video and trying to find out, how do we twist this to make it Chinese propaganda, right? Anti-Chinese propaganda. They're doing it for money. That the New York Times is being like, how can you take that moment and convince a bunch of gullible rubes that it's because China is a threat? In the minutes before Mr. Hu is led away, he appears to be reaching for a document on the table where top leaders and retired elders of the party preside. Yes, reaching for a document. Scandalous. The man to his left, Li Zhanshu, the party's now outgoing number 3 official, quickly intervenes, covering it with a red folder. He later slides the document away, speaking into Mr. Hu's ear. So, the guy probably wrote on the document, like, as a joke, he's like, you're a poopy butt. And then Mr. Hu looked at it and was like, I'm not poopy butt. He leans over, he's going to get the paper, be like, I'm going to take that paper. You're a poopy butt. And then the guy's like, No, that's just for the lulz, Mr. Poopy Butt. It's unclear what the document was, the Mr. Poopy Butt document. But all officials appeared to have papers. A photo of one of the pages, taken later, seems to show that it was a list of names with the words Central Committee. Yeah, it was probably just like like who's on the central committee. Central committee, this person is this person's this. Maybe it was a timetable, probably a fucking schedule, right? And the man to his left, Li Jianzhu, right? Like, who was probably reaching for the schedule to be like, is this over? Can I go poopy now? I'm very tired. I'm 79. Is this over? I hope this is over. He's probably reaching for the schedule. And this guy's like, bro, this is my schedule. This is my schedule. I'm going to keep this for myself. You have a schedule. You hang on to that. Right? Jesus Christ, guys. This is embarrassing, man. The intricacy, the painstaking observational skill that they're using to go through this banal, insignificant bullshit while simultaneously putting no effort whatsoever. Zero effort, zero reporting, zero conversation about what happened at this event. Right? Where's the New York Times article where they even talk about what happened at the event? Where was the series of things? Where was the video? Where's the speeches? Where's the conversation? Where's the timetable? Where's anything that happened at the event? You know what happened at the event? Hu Jintao was led out after the vote. The Congress was about to announce the new Central Committee, which would make it clear that Mr. Xi had pushed out perceived moderates in favor of loyalists, because there's no political party in the history of mankind that reconfigures its cabinet every so often in order to, improve itself. That never fucking happens, right? We certainly don't do that all the fucking time. We've never done that. The party's top leaders and retired elders historically have a great deal of influence over the selection. Great. That's why he was let out after the votes. Oh, here it is, guys. The mystical list of names. Ooh. The list of names. I love Xi Jinping's face. Like, he's literally just like, yeah, this is a banal, like, this moment is irrelevant. Like he's just popping out of the bottom with like the little face, what a kind face he has, eh? Look at his kind eyes. What a kind but he's popping out of the bottom like the fucking Toasty guy from Mortal Kombat 2. Toasty, right? Like, but he's just popping up being like, this doesn't matter. Like, this is irrelevant. It's like celebrity gossip style. Yeah, man. This is so fucking... Oh, okay. The Congress, I already did all that. The delegates had not yet voted on amendments to the party constitution, approving Mr. Xi's report on the progress of the previous 5 years, or a report on internal party discipline. The amendments, revealed later, reaffirmed Mr. Xi's importance as the core of the party. Yeah, he's the leader. Previous party meetings have been stages for political maneuvering and the humiliation of former leaders. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Like, this is the scale to which they are attributing this non-moment. Watch what they're going to do now, right? Right? Watch what they're going to do now. Like, they literally accuse Mao Zedong of killing 100 million people with a famine, with his, like, bare hands. He, like, steals, like, fucking wheat out of the bowls of children, eats it for himself, right? As far as these guys are concerned. So listen to this fucking bullshit. In 1959, the party formally adopted a resolution denouncing Peng Duan, a high-ranking military official, after he criticized Mao Zedong's economic policies. That's the same, that moment where the party formally adopts a resolution denouncing Peng Duan, that's the same as an old man being led out of a room at the end of the night. That's the same. Unserious people. A high-ranking during the Cultural Revolution, many leaders, including Mr. Xi's father, Xi Zhonghyun, were purged or publicly shamed. But those moments predated the internet age and were clearly intentional. What? Sorry, like, source required? You're just making claims. You're just saying shit. And I love this sentence. First of all, it's a bad sentence because it starts with the word but. What is this, 3rd grade? Did an editor even look at this? But those moments predated the internet age and were clearly intentional. What? So? I don't get what this sentence even is. Who cares? Xi Zhonghyun, the father of Xi Jinping, and Peng Duo were 2 high-ranking Communist Party officials publicly shamed during the Mao era. Yeah, wow. And it really held his sons back, I gotta tell you. Right? Oh no! Publicly shamed for what? Do we even know? Publicly shamed. Maybe he shit on a baby's face. We don't know anything about this story. You're literally like, oh no, they had to wear a sign. And people looked at them and went, shame. Oh no, what did they do? We don't know. Right? We have no fucking idea. And it's literally his own father. It's clearly had a negative impact on his life. Right? Clearly. His own father. Publicly shamed. Which really held him back from becoming the leader of China. It's far from evident. Oh, I already love the start of the sentence. It's far from evident that Mr. Hu's exit was planned. So, like, you're giving the game away. Like, it's not evident that it was planned. And many analysts have warned against drawing assumptions. What? What? The whole premise of this article is just leaping to conclusions. Do we recall this neck-breaking turn where they said, was Mr. Hu, 79, suffering from poor health, as Chinese state media would later report? Or was he being purged in a dramatic show by Chinese current leader Xi Jinping for the world to see? It's far from evident that Mr. Hu's exit was planned, and many analysts have warned against drawing assumptions. Just like this article is just full of just these like... We are so fucking unserious, dude. Like, what an unserious people. So instead of getting like a critical analysis of what happened, instead of getting that guy, I want that guy so badly. I'd love that guy. I'd love to tune into a show where a guy was like, okay, everybody, welcome to Ed Does Politics. Okay, today, did you know that the Chinese had a national congress? So let's take a look at our little board here, right? So the Chinese leader is Xi Jinping. I know, pretty funny name, but that's his name. I tell you what, Xi Jinping. That's just to remind each and every one of you. You know, we while we're all different on the surface, we're all the same underneath. And while my name might be Jonathan, you know, his name is Xi Jinping. What an eclectic and interesting world we live in. So he's the leader in China. And just goes into explaining what the fuck happened and who everybody is, right? And that would be the show that people would tune into and be like, oh, it's nice. This nice guy is going to tell us about what the fuck happened. Instead of that, we get this. Instead of that, we get this goddamn dumb bullshit. Where on the nice show that I was talking about, he would be like, and then there was a little moment right at the end where Mr. Hu Jintao was let out because he was tired and wanted to go to bed. You know? Listen to this. This is great. The apparent chaos of the following moments led many to read the scene as unscripted. Like, yeah, it was unscripted. Obviously, it was unscripted. Oh, what, you thought that in the event plan, you thought in the list of names in the schedule, that on the schedule there was a moment where it said, 10:45, lead Hu Jintao out of the room by himself. Probably not. Right? Like, this is your astute observation. That former leader Hu Jintao was lifted out of his chair, or helped out of his chair, and led out of the room. And that's unscripted. Well done. Your observational skills. Your observational skills are just fucking off the chain astounding. Well done, you did it. Mr. Xi glances towards one side of the hall. An aide then comes over to Mr. Xi, who addresses him and taps a piece of paper. Mr. Xi, you are indeed the poopy butthead? Oh, I'm the poopy butthead. The aide bends over to say something to Mr. Hu, who had been watching the previous exchange out of the corner of his eye, seemingly listening. Like, this is literally like 14-year-old girl shit. Like, meanwhile, it's like the aide, he's like coming over to Mr. Xi, and he addresses him. He taps a piece of paper saying, Mr. Xi, we're going to be moving on to the 11 o'clock ceremony. It's your speech. We've got to make sure that everything's good. And then he goes over and says something to Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu, I hope you're feeling very well. Like, there you go. There's a perfectly believable explanation for what the fuck just happened there. An aide shuffles over, says, we've got to keep on schedule, and says, Mr. Hu, we're just going to continue on without you. I hope you're feeling well. There you go. Entirely believable. But guys, always remember, okay? Always remember, it's the QAnon crowd that are the conspiracy theorists, okay? It's the mega crowd, the red hats. That's the conspiracy crowd, right? We here at the New York Times... No, I gotta do it right. We here at the New York Times are a very serious institution, and we do not espouse conspiracies of any sort. We are hardline, fact-based journalistic reporting, and you come to us to hear about the truth of what is happening in the world. And we say that an aide comes over to Mr. Xi and addresses him, taps a piece of paper. The aide bends over to say something to Mr. Hu, who had been watching the previous exchange out of the corner of his eye, seemingly listening. This is serious journalistic reporting. People got paid for this. People got money. Somebody got money in their bank account. There's a line in their bank statement that says New York Times followed by any amount of money. Very serious institution that we should definitely take seriously. As Mr. Xi looks on, the aide grasps Mr. Hu's right arm as if to get him out of his seat. Mr. Hu pulls his arm back. The man tries to lift the former top leader from behind under both arms, but again, fails. The drama. Can you feel it? Can you feel the importance, the deep seriousness of this moment? So as Mr. Xi looks on, probably because he's concerned about the old predecessor who needs to be helped, right? The aide puts a hand on the other guy's, grasps it. Get out of your fucking seat. As if trying to get him out of his seat. Mr. Hu pulls his arm back because he's like, I'm old, but I'm still... Like, what would Joe Biden do? Get out of here, pal. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. Hey, Major. Yeah, it's written like a play. Exactly. It's just an unserious... It's like a dramatization of Vladimir Putin taking a shit. Like, that's kind of what we're looking at here. Like, it's this overt, like, dripping with stakes and importance But it's as banal as it can possibly be. And people got paid for this. 4 people. There are 4 names on this article. Right? And presumably an editor of some kind. Like, yeah, this is good. This is the quality that we expect here at the New York Times. Like, so Mr. Who pulls his arm back. Yeah, he's like, come on, Jack. Come on, man. I'm old, but come on. The man tries to lift the former top leader from behind under both arms because he's like, come on, bro. Come on, Mr. Poopy Pants. Come on, Mr. Poopy Butt. It's time to go. I'm not the poopy butt. You're the poopy butt, right? But again, fails. Ow, I actually kind of hurt myself on that one. Mr. Who then reaches for the paper in front of Mr. G, which the top leader holds down. Hey man, I don't have a schedule. Can I get your schedule? This is my schedule. Like, when the aide finally succeeds in coaxing Mr. Who from his chair, Mr. Lee, the number 3 official, remember Mr. Lee from before, right? The number 3 official who was like, you're the poopy butt. No, that's my paper, right? Half rises from his seat and appears to be moving to engage in the situation, right? Because he's like, oh, do we need some help? Are you doing okay? Maybe I can participate in helping in this situation. Another official, Wang Hunan, the party's then number 5 leader, tugs Mr. Lee back down. No, they got it, bro. Like, they got it. They're good. Right? You don't need to, like, if I were to interpret this moment in a, let's say, not so asshole-ish light, I would go, Mr. Lee wants to see if he can help, and the other guy goes, nah, bro, they're good. That's it. That's what fucking happened there. Drama! Can you feel it? Isn't it in your balls? Mr. Lee and Mr. Wang represent a changing... Oh, here, fucking Jesus, wow. Just like, Hacho! Just another huge... Okay. So we're literally going, Wang Hung, party's then number 5 leader, tugs Mr. Lee back down. Mr. Lee and Mr. Wang represent a changing of the guard at the apex of power in China. The Politburo Standing Committee that was unveiled the next day. Wow. And now, oh look, they've got a list. Like, they've got a whole picture here, right? Li Ji, seen as confidant. Li Quang, ties since the O's. Ding, close aid. Very serious people. The 2017 Standing Committee, some members who were seen less close to Mr. Xi retired early. So, oh no, guys. Holy shit, guys. You are never gonna fucking believe it. A 67-year-old man, another 67-year-old man, a 72-year-old man, and a 68-year-old man retired. Holy shit, guys, the scandal. The holy shit, guys. Mr. Lee had reached retirement age and was leaving. Mr. Wang is the party's chief theoretician and has served as an ideological advisor to both the current and former leader. He was promoted at this Congress to the number 4 spot and is seen as close to Mr. Xi. Okay. Thanks for the info. Like, that's nice, right? But like, so, with the Politburo Standing Committee now filled with his allies, yeah, because what you want to do when you're filling standing committees is fill them with your enemies, right? Why aren't there more CIA agents in this? I don't know why he's not just putting capitalists in charge. Mr. Xi will face little resistance to his agenda, which includes bolstering national security, right? Because they don't want to get blown up by the Americans, and reshaping the global order to better suit Beijing's interest. Or, to be stated by people who aren't fucking losers, writing a goddamn Harry Potter novel, trying to make Beijing do the best it can. Oh no, guys. Guys, did you know? Get this. Hold on. Time out. Whoa. Full stop. China's leadership is trying to make sure that China is safe and prosperous. Right? Or, if you wanted to write it like an asshole, bolstering national security and reshaping the global order to better suit Beijing's interest. Yeah, safe and prosperous. Oh no. None of the new leaders have the experience or are young enough to be considered potential successors to Mr. Xi. Yeah, so they probably were just like, you know what? Let's make room for a young guard. Let's get the fuck out of here. As the two aides begin guiding Mr. Hu away from... Oh, yeah, right. Don't forget about the central drama, the absolutely important moment that is an old man being led to his room. As the two aides begin guiding Mr. Hu away from his seat, the older leader stops to say something to Mr. Xi. Mr. Xi nods briefly, without fully turning to look at him. So, as the older leader stops to say something to Mr. Xi, you're the poopy bud. Mr. Xi nods briefly, without fully turning to look at him. Right? Like, what would be the reasonable thing? It would be he's being let out because he's having a health concern or there's something going on. He goes, hey, tell me about it after, okay? Mr. Xi goes, yeah. There's a normal thing that would probably likely, right? Oh, I gotta go, bud. Just let me know what happened, okay? Yeah, you got it, bud. Like, there's a normal exchange that's probably likely the case. Or like, golf tomorrow? Sure, yeah. Like, hey, I like the way you smell today. Oh, well, thanks, bud. Like, there's all kinds of things that could be. Like, there's all kinds of things. You could put anything you like in there. So if you want it to be, curse your name and your family, Xi. And Xi going like, no. Like, if you want it to be that, it's that. Right? So it's just fucking... Mr. Hu then pats Li Qingque, China's premier, on the shoulder. Mr. Li nods too, but also does not fully turn around. I love that they're like making such a big deal. Oh, they didn't fully turn around. Old man walks by, says, you're the poopy butt, to Xi, and then goes, I got him, to Li. Right? While being led by... now we're gonna... The premier has long been seen as an ally and protege of Mr. Hu. So they're buddies. So he's just like, hey, buddy, you're doing great. Right? He climbed the party's ranks in part through his leadership roles in the Communist Youth League, a party organization that Mr. Hu once headed. So he's like a mentor, even. Wow, that's lovely. At least two other people sitting at the front table have long-standing associations with Mr. Hu. Wang Yang and Hu Chunhua, the outgoing number 4 party member and a Chinese vice premier, respectively, were also affiliated with the Communist Youth League. Yeah, big fucking shock. Oh, wow, guys. People who were in the Communist Youth League joined the fucking Communist Party. Holy shit. The new lineup of top officials unveiled the next day excluded those 3 perceived proteges of Mr. Hu, breaking with a tradition of balancing different party factions in the leadership. Yes, a tradition that we here at the New York Times are completely illiterate on. They just made this up. Right? That, these guys were Hugh's best buddies, and they didn't get the spot, which breaks with tradition? Like, that's the pitch. Shut up. As Mr. Hu is escorted out... As Mr. Hu is escorted out of the hall, he passes behind 19 other high-ranking party officials seated at the same long table, almost None of them give any indication that anything out of the ordinary is occurring. This is one of these, like, we are not self-aware moments. This is a moment where, like, the authors are like, yeah, I don't think we have self-awareness. I don't think that there's anybody that's going to read this and realize that we're clueless boobs, just cashing a check, right? Almost none of them give any indication that anything out of the ordinary is occurring because, and I cannot stress this enough, this is banal and normal. The headline is, and I've spent the last hour going through a New York Times article that is conspiratorially dissecting the headline, Old Man Goes to Doctor. Like, at the beginning of this thing, they're making such a big fucking deal. It's, what an unscripted moment. Yeah. It's a health concern. What do you think that they have documented in the paper? Mr. Who led out because of a health concern. No, shut up. Like, and everybody's like, oh, is Mr. Oh, okay. And they're going on with their lives. Because it doesn't matter. And they can't help. What are they going to do? Like, how are they going to, like, what do you expect these guys to be doing? Should they be looking at Hu Jintao being like, oh, like, what are you talking about? A few are engaged in conversation. Most stare straight ahead. Yeah, probably guys like this. Like, I love it. Like this guy's probably sitting there being like, oh man, that'll be me soon. Expressions did not change. Holy shit, guys, look at this fucking picture. If you're just, you gotta look at how fucking dumbass this picture is. How ridiculous this fucking idiotic picture is. They've got they're circles. Look, this is how you know this is serious. Like, ever since the Xinjiang propaganda, where everybody's like, concentration camps, because they took pictures of buildings from the top, right? I've become convinced that literally all you got to do is take a picture and then circle people's heads, and then it's like, oh, this is a very serious moment. What a very, very serious moment, you guys. It's so serious. And then expressions did not change. When, like, what? So after, like, literally days of this, look at the room that they're in. They're sitting behind tables, right? This is, like, all of the guys that are participating in this are probably going, this is very important. It is an honor. It is a duty. But boy, is this boring. Oh, is this definitely boring. Right? I just watched 4 hours of people talking about grain distribution and how successful the supply chain has been between Beijing and Shanghai. Important stuff, but boy, it's a bit dry. It's a bit dry. Like, so this guy's like, Hu Jintao's being let in. This guy's probably sitting there being like, oh, that'll be me someday. Maybe I should tell my son that I love him. Oh, I don't know, though. Right? Like, this guy's over here, like, he's just like, do you like pina coladas? Getting caught in the rain. Do you like doing yoga? Do you have half a brain? Do you go do you like pina coladas? Expressions did not change. Wu Guogang, a professor at the University of Victoria in Canada, Is it all of them? Is it every university? Like, is it all of them? Like, do I actually have to be like, oh my fucking God. Like, every single university and every single institution is going to end up in this fucking article full of people being like, what? It's pretty crazy that people weren't jerking off in adulation. It's madness that people weren't protesting and throwing chairs around, or they weren't shockingly looking around at old man leaving room. It's so unhinged. Major dude, yes, thank you. There's a little part of me that's sitting over here just being like, everyone's going to think I'm a total fucking idiot for going through this. But god damn it, guys. Like, this is unhinged. Like, this is madness. What I am looking at here is deranged conspiratorial lunacy coming out of an institution that is regarded by people in positions of power as being credible and interesting. This is literally 12-year-olds gossiping about Harry Potter bullshit. Like, I gotta tell you though, I would actually like that a lot more. I think that would be at least charming. Because there wouldn't be like a nefarious undertone, right? Because the nefarious undertone of all of this is, and then we'll nuke them. That's the nefarious undertone in all this. That we've got to destroy this place. That we need to destroy China. That we need to send nukes in there. Carpet bomb the shit out of it. To return them to 100 years of humiliation. Enslave their populations. Get them re-addicted to opium. That's the underpinning message in all of this that makes it absolutely psychotic. And absolutely unhinged. That unlike the adorable 12-year-old girls that would be like, and then, oh, what do you think about, well, Severus did that to Harry, so that must mean he's a bad guy. No, I think he's a good guy because he's trying to play both sides, you know? Like, instead of that, where there's no, like, they're just living in a fucking fantasy land and trying to build an imaginative and creative space for themselves. It's very sweet and lovely. Instead of that, there's, like, real consequences to this. That these people, I'm just imagining a person being like, they led an old man out of a room? We've gotta get these goddamn communists. Because it's what's happening. It's what's happening. I'm literally watching like a guy wearing a MAGA hat. Make America Great Again. Trump 2024. Rifle in one hand, American flag behind him, Confederate flag on the other side, reading this article being like, they're not gonna do that to Hu Jintao. Those goddamn commies will show them what's what. We're gonna free Taiwan and Hong Kong and Tibet and Xinjiang, and we'll make those Chineses wish they were never born. That's the underpinning threat of all this, which makes it psychotic that they're even publishing this. Instead of just like publishing an article that says like, Hu Jintao was let out of the room due to a health concern. You could speculate about it, but we are adults. So it's incredible. I barely graduated high school and drink every day, and I picked up on this. Yeah. A throne of Chinese skulls. Yeah, exactly, dude. Let's go. Let's go like fantasy based. They want to get Joe Biden in mech armor, right? The God Emperor King armor, right? Like holding the sword and like sitting on a pile of Chinese skulls. Being like, come on, Jack. Like, okay, here we go. We're going to watch the University of Victoria discredit itself now. Okay, great. Wu Guzhgang, okay, hold on. Before we even read this, I'm going to say, I bet this guy was just like, oh, I'm talking to the New York Times. What can I say that they would even bother publishing? So I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt until we read it. So I'm going to think that this guy's just like, okay, like, how do I get in an article from the New York Times so that I can say to my buddies, hey guys, I'm in the New York Times, right? I want to think well of this guy. I don't want to discredit any more universities. We already discredited the University of California. Let's give this guy the benefit of the doubt. And this is from Canada, no less. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, somebody did say that on Tucker Carlson, dude. Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, my God, yeah. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I forgot about that. I purged that from my consciousness. That someone went on Tucker Carlson and said, we're going to sit on a throne of Chinese skulls. Like, yeah, that's fucking... And now, so that's the underpinning moment of this, right? Take this article and its deranged unhingedness, and then that clip of sitting on a throne of Chinese skulls, and that's the lineup right there. Oh, these are the man-children we're up against. Okay, here we go. Wu Guogang, a professor at the University of Victoria in Canada, who served as an advisor to a former premier of China. So there's some credibility, right? That feels credible. Said he did not want to speculate about what had unfolded. Okay. We got somebody in the room that's like, old man gets let out of room. I don't know. But he said he was astounded by the officials' chilly reaction. Here was Hu Jintao, the former highest leader of your party and a man who had given so many of you political opportunities. And how do you treat him now? Professor Wu said in a podcast interview with the Times columnist Li Yuan. This incident demonstrated the tragic reality of Chinese politics and the fundamental lack of human decency in the Communist Party. Just to recap. Old man gets helped out of the room by an aide. People, don't throw a party about it. They're not gonging, they're not like bowing. There isn't like a ceremony to it. And so it demonstrates the tragic reality of Chinese politics and the fundamental lack of human decency in the Communist Party. How? These are the people who are literally in the universities. Because you know what it is? Honestly, it goes back to everything I was just saying before. All these guys are just tired as shit. This happened right before the closing ceremonies. Right? How much you want to bet that Hu Jintao was probably sitting there going like, closing ceremonies, I'm going to go to bed. And then he went to bed. And then everybody else, look at these guys' faces. Are these faces happening because they're sitting there going, we must ignore this moment? Or are these faces sitting here going, okay, the closing ceremonies. Right? Right? The fundamental lack of human decency in the Communist Party. Shut the fuck up. After Mr. Hu's departure, the closing ceremonies proceeded, with his empty front row seat the only reminder of the disruption. To most people in China, again, we have no self-awareness. To most people in China, the whole episode might never have happened because it wasn't anything. It was literally, he was just like, I'm going to go take a poop. You're the poopy butt. Not you. Like, literally the whole sequence of events, if we go through it, was, you're a poopy butt. I'm not a poopy butt. You're a poopy butt. Oh, speaking of poopy butts, I'm gonna go. Wait, get on, Jack. Okay. Hey, Shing. Hey, you're the poopy butt. Got him. You're a good kid. That's the whole sequence of events. Who cares? Like, who gives a shit? It's shit like this Like, if I'm a Chinese citizen and I read this article, I would be like, oh, these people are deranged. These people are lunatics. Like, this is lunacy. Like this isn't funny. Like, I'm taking the piss this whole time in order to maintain my own sense of sanity, but like, this is psychotic. Like, we are seeing a psychotic culture act like psychopaths. If they wrote this about Canada, I would be like, oh my fucking God. Holy shit. I would be like contacting my representative being like, so we're gonna die, right? Like, they're gonna kill us, right? To most people in China, the whole episode might never have happened. Yeah, because it didn't fucking matter at all. Chinese censors. Oh my God. Chinese censors limited search results for Mr. Hu, whose name on social media, to posts from official accounts, none of which mentioned his exit. Chinese media didn't report at length about old man leaves room? Guys, the Chinese media didn't jump all over and report ad nauseum over and over again, bombarding the airwaves with Tucker Carlson level sycophantic conspiracy theories about old man leaves room. The state's broadcaster new program that night showed footage of Mr. Hu voting, and then his empty seat later in the ceremony without explanation. Because it didn't matter, because it didn't matter, because it was irrelevant, you psychopathic narcissists. It was irrelevant. Like, the state's broadcaster's news program that night showed footage of Mr. Hu voting. You know, the reason he's there is to vote, which he did. Where's the scandal? And then his empty seat later in the ceremony without explanation. Quick cut to somebody watching the footage and being like, oh, what happened to Mr. Hu? He had a poopy butt. Oh, poopy butt. Okay. That's the whole story. Late Saturday evening, Xinhua, the state news agency, offered the first official acknowledgement of his exit, writing on Twitter that Mr. Hu was not feeling well and had been taken to rest. Probably because somebody did exactly what I just said. Oh, what happened to Mr. Hu? Hey, what happened to Mr. Hu? And so the state media is like, oh, people are asking about Mr. Hu. Concerned citizens are concerned about their former leader. I watched. You know, I remember when Mr. Hu was the leader of the country. He was a good man. And not seeing him at the final ceremony, you know, it didn't quite sit right with me, you know. He wasn't there, and it's very, well, what happened to him? He wouldn't miss such an important cultural moment such as the closing ceremonies of the National Congress of the People's Republic of China. I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down at my computer. Wang, can you help me with the computer? Can you help me with the computer? Yes. Dear media, I noticed that Mr. Hu was not at the closing ceremony. He's a good man and a good leader, and I am deeply concerned for him. I hope that he is well. Sincerely, Miss Wang. Send. And they probably got enough of those that they went, well, we should probably just do a tweet. Mr. Hu was not feeling well and had been taken to rest. Now he is much better. Thank you for your concerns. Who gives a fuck? But Twitter is blocked in China. Oh man. What, they're not allowing Twitter? They hate free speech? They don't want apartheid news in China? They don't want the champion of free speech, Elon Muskie, getting in there, filling up the airwaves with fucking literal 4chan garbage? That's what Twitter is. Especially now, but it was always that. That's why I never engaged with it. It was always 4chan nonsense. Right? It just didn't let you say the N-word. That's all. Like, it was always 4chan level garbage bullshit nonsense. It was pointless. It was useless. It achieved nothing. It did nothing. Right? If you wanted to scream at somebody or take a look at some fucking pornography or something, Twitter is great. But if you want to, like, be intelligent and have a real conversation that actually matters, Twitter, it was always that way. Who gives a fuck? They literally, oh no, they blocked 4chan. And neither Xinhua or any official news outlet posted a similar explanation within China's internet firewall, further fueling speculation about the incident. No, it didn't nobody has any speculation about this. Literally, oh, he wasn't there. Poopy butt? Got it. Move on with your life. Nobody in China thinks that this is a scandal. Nobody in America thinks this is a scandal. This is deranged lunatic talk. Regardless of what happened. So, irrespective of any truth or evidence or facts, our wild speculations are what matter. The symbolism was unmistakable. A former paramount leader. Hu Jintao was in power for 10 years. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. That's not unreasonable to say. That's quite a compliment to him, frankly. So I'm fine with that. Hu Jintao, we'll let this one pass. In an article that is just loaded with, like, overwhelming, like, ridiculous statements, calling Hu Jintao a paramount leader, fine. Historically, the only person with the stature to challenge a current one. Is there any evidence whatsoever that Hu Jintao was interested in challenging Xi Jinping? Like, what is this? What is this, like desire for Americans to insist that there must be this constant, unrelenting, psychotic power struggle going on? That left only one man in the spotlight. One man in the spotlight, guys. Only one man in the spotlight. Mr. Xi, about to glide to his third term, the most powerful Chinese leader in decades. Like, tell me you don't know how the Chinese system works without telling me you don't know how the Chinese system works. Like, they're so desperate to insist that Xi Jinping is a dictator, even while showing you a picture of the Congress voting. Hold on. I just saw something. I gotta bring it up. So, this drivel, this garbage that we absolutely were inflicted by, that I had to purge myself of. I had to read this in order to get this out of my consciousness, was written by Agnes Chang, Vivian Wang, Isabel Qin, and Ang Lee. 4 authors wrote this. It took 4 people to be this stupid. And then on top of that, Keith Bradshaw contributed reporting, additional production by Alexander Cardia and Dahlia Kozlowski. And then an editor. So at least 8 people got money. Were paid money for this. Congratulations, New York Times. You successfully broke down, tore apart, disseminated, and overanalyzed Old Man Leaves Room. You did it. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes that you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity that they need you to be. Revolt. Rebel. Repent. Good luck. We're gonna need it.